Okay. So, wrong paper.
I don't even see myself graduation.
Hey, Cindy, are we going? Okay. I would like to welcome everyone to the meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is February 20th, 2024. We are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on our agenda is 2024 legislative updates, and Charlie Evans, Director of External Relations, and Susan Edwards, Public Engagement Coordinator, will be presenting.
I'm ready to try to channel my best Charlie. I'll kind of explain to you the dynamic right now. You know, we have 196 bills live. We've had two the first week of the session that passed through and we're done. And we pretty much have 194 live right now. And they are in every committee. They're in every time the House and the Senate meet on the floor. We probably go through 4, 5, or 6 bills, and trying to keep up with them right now is taking all of us and some. So we are doing our best, but we did have committees. We had, I think, 14 bills in committee tonight. So Charlie stayed on the Hill and asked to be excused. Today alone, sensitive materials. The Senate made some changes to it that would be more probably favorable to what we like. The House refused to concur with those. They had a committee, and the committee came back with some changes. I'll try to describe them. I think Nancy has also studied them, so jump in if you feel the need. So it's still if 2 districts or 5 charter schools reject a book, but we have finally gotten in there that it would go to the state board for decision. The state board would have 60 days to put it on an agenda and to either say, no, we're not going to make this statewide, or do nothing, and then it would automatically become a statewide ban if they do nothing. So that's where it ended up. The Senate has already passed that. It should be on the House concurrence tomorrow morning. So slightly better, maybe, but that is where they have landed in their agreement on sensitive materials. School fees passed the House today, still not funded. We are keeping track, and obviously asked Leon and Nancy to keep track of everything that's coming through that's funded, not funded, and where it's coming or not coming from. The budget is important to remember. There is 400, what is it, Leon? 470 million something in the stabilization fund, and they had like 12 million in requests for it. I think Charlie told you last time when it went through public ed approps, they had budgeted every penny of it, to which Jerry Stevenson, who runs executive appropriations, said, we don't intend to spend more than half of this. Who knows where they'll end up, but that would significantly cut programs. There's one program that it's the market-based, what number is it? It's SB 173. That one would take up the half at least. And so if they choose to pass that one at that rate, that's pretty much what they would take out of stabilization if they don't do more than half. And that is Senator Fillmore's bill as it's running through. However, it is President Adams' concept. Much harder to say no to President Adams and his funding request. So we'll see how that one runs. Right now it's sitting there circled, waiting for some financial numbers. Speaking of financial numbers, revenue numbers came out. There's an additional 126 million ongoing, 241 million one time, and we don't know how that's going to impact things. There are a heck of a lot of requests, including some very large transportation requests and others. So we'll see how that impacts our final numbers as we go about the next week. We do have a couple of big executive appropriations meetings coming up. I think we'll get a better picture. And then, of course, we'll know the numbers probably next Thursday-ish, a week from now. The WPU, as it sits right now, is sitting at 5%. 3.5 roughly is inflation, right? 1.5, give or take a little bit, 1.2% of that would be new WPU. So if you were to just take the school fees out of that, that's about roughly half a WPU. So you're down to less than one WPU is the way we calculate things, not the way they calculate things. If you were to add in school safety for that, which had a huge press conference today with the parents in person from Parkland shooting. And you know, their message is basically, we wouldn't let money stand in our way. We would do anything to protect our children. That's a hard message to fight for us to say it's not funded. So, big press conference today on that, still not funded, still saying it would come from the WPU. Probably the worst part of that message for me to hear is the message that over 5 years, we've given you 18%, some have said much higher than that WPU increase. And so you're flush with money, which is just a false narrative. But that has been said multiple times this session, and that's probably the hardest part of that message to hear. Let's see, so school safety is, and I will say the fiscal note attached to school safety, we consider to be astronomically low in projections. For Canyons District alone, we're estimating around $3.5 million just for the panic buttons, the window film. And there was one other, there's one other.
Cameras.
The cameras, that's right.
That's on the way.
Not any of the personnel, not any of the things we've already, you know, we've added in, not any stipends. So, you take that statewide, we anticipate that's going to be significantly more than what the fiscal analyst came back with on that. But again, right now, they haven't even really discussed that coming in a stabilization. That wasn't even part of the, you know, multi-million-dollar overage from stabilization. He's just saying this would come from the WPU, that we all need to be able to afford it. So, let's see, school fees, school safety, the student communication methods, which Jeff, Kirsten, and I and others have worked on, is Senator Pitcher's bill that did pass today. It did pass with an amendment in it that kind of went back to one of the versions, but it basically says if we provide a device to students, which we do, and that device can receive the communications, then you're good to use electronic communications. If not, it has to go into you know, posters on the wall and other such things. It did exempt out emergencies if you really do not have the time and the capability to get out emergency communications in paper form. But it did give quite a bit of leeway to where you as a board will have to put some thought into what is our practice, what is our policy, and how are we going to implement this across the board. So that did pass today with that amendment back in about the devices. And that one took a lot of communications and a lot of community committee meetings to really hammer out where they arrived at on that one. I will say SB 216, really great work from a couple of our board members, from Mrs. Tingy and Mrs. Schill, and the Brighton community, Brighton teachers, Brighton students came up, Tom came up and spoke to that. And the Senate committee, as much struggle as I have with that Senate committee, sometimes they were extremely gracious and generous to our students and to our folks that came up and spent some time and have requested some additional information. Our understanding at this moment, and you never know when it's sitting there on a board, but our understanding right now is that bill will be held and not ran. But we'll continue to watch it throughout the session. But phenomenal work by the Brighton community and by Brighton students on that bill. Anything else that you want to know or hear about? I will tell you, we are hair on fire right now, trying to get everywhere that we've got bills. They are absolutely everywhere right now. So we're trying to keep up, but anything else? Y'all really?
Any other questions?
There are a lot of bills running and passing.
When is the next is executive appropriations meeting on Friday?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember, but I thought it was Wednesday and Friday, but it may just be Friday. I think it is just Friday. And we're staying late for the first night on Thursday, so we anticipate we've got a schedule till 10 on Thursday of this week. So.
Okay, board, are there any other questions or ones you want to discuss? This is Nybar.
has, those that we've talked to, like Senator Collimore and others that we've talked to as far as with that school safety bill and the problem where it's coming out of the WPU, how have you felt like that's gone as far as their influence in conversations and things like that?
It hasn't ran yet through the Senate and it's passed the House. So that's, I will say right now, I think it's kind of in a hold and we're looking at everything financially. I think we have some agreement on that. But I also think this press conference today tuned up a lot of pressure. You have parents that are victims of, that don't have children anymore, say we would have gone back and done anything. We wouldn't have let this stand in our way. That's a hard narrative to.
That is very hard, but do we know that there's been conversations among senators before?
About the funding, yes. On school fees, there was I would say a glimpse of a conversation today that was interesting, and that is that like this was more pertaining to school fees than school safety, but that they may tie it to something on, back to your SJR 10-year constitutional amendment, to say we'll fund if you agree. So y'all are gonna have to have some soul searching if they pull that one on how you feel on that one. I don't know that I would give up the Constitution, Susan, personally. But we'll see. We'll see where they get to.
I just want to say, we're all for that safety bill if it gets funded. We're not against.
That's precisely how we've pitched it.
It's just really hard. I mean, if it's gonna cost us millions of dollars, we don't really have that, so.
Is Nate's not here, but the bill for least restrictive environment for everyone in the classroom, not just special ed students, but for teachers and for all students. That did pass the House today. We do anticipate that will pass through. So that will be another one that will require some discussions, and that also will not be funded. It goes basically back to the state board to set some rules and parameters around, and then all of us to figure out, all of you to figure out how that would then be implemented. But there was a pretty big, everyone, most of the people up there that has a teacher in their life, which is most of them, have heard how difficult the environment is in a classroom right now. So they were very interested in that bill.
Okay, what about the bill that allows a grade, I mean, it's the attendance part, like allows a grade to now be affected by attendance? I mean,
Yeah, I don't know where that is right now. I haven't heard about it, but let me find out and get back to you on that.
I mean, I can't believe you're tracking that many, Susan, that's under 96.
I mean, I think we usually end up around this number, but it doesn't, I don't recall a year where they've all been as active at the same time as they are. This is.
They've all hit it once.
Yeah, really all session, but that many bills, but they're just running, maybe because a lot of them we couldn't really stop very easily if we wanted to. So we're not taking a lot off the plate, and they're doing a lot of the work themselves in committees and discussions, but it's been a lot. A lot of activity.
Is there anything more we can do as far as communicating to senators? It makes no sense that they're saying the dollars that have already been assigned to educate children, we now want you to take and put to safety. Then something's got to give. What about our sacred trust to educate? So what can we do? Is there any emails? What can we do? Since it's not at the Senate yet, should we be?
On the school safety bill or just on
The school
budget in
safety
general?
bill.
Because there's a lot of bills that
Yes.
would impact this.
Yes, well, the school safety bill, it's pretty ridiculous that that's supposed to come out of WPU. So what can we do?
There's several of those. So
Right.
let's take a look at that in the next day or so as we get a feel and tell you, it might help to say, we love this concept, but we don't really want to sign off on it right now and have them brokering deals with us right at this moment. So we'd probably rather wait a few more days and see where they're getting to before we start really feeding into them. I mean, they're hearing from us, obviously, on a
Right.
constant basis, but.
Just let us know when it gets to that point.
Okay.
So that bill still includes armed volunteer
Yes.
educator and
School guardians.
A volunteer in the school, not necessarily an educator, because teachers can't do it.
A volunteer, or we're supposed to pay.
An employee who volunteers
$500 stipend.
Okay, and can I ask a question? I mean, when
That's for training though, not for a stipend.
the parents of those victims came and spoke, I mean, like, I've never heard of that anywhere else. I mean, is that taking place outside of our state? Do we know if there is precedence to that?
I think Utah is being very proactive right now on this. I will say a couple of those parents have formed foundations and their own, one on the window cleaning side, one on the, I don't know. I can't tell you for sure. I know that Florida has passed some bills in this, Texas has passed some bills in this area, but I don't know that they're exactly resemblant. It feels like we're kind of passing all of them in one rather than addressing a few things at a time. But again, budget is gonna be our big stickler. We would love to do everything, but except for maybe the school guardians, we would love to do a lot of the bill, but funding's gonna be a big part of it.
Well, today, Ms. Nyberg and I were at Draper Committal for a school assembly, and Mayor Walker of Draper was with us, and they asked all of us what we foresee as the biggest issues coming forward. And first thing he brought up was police officers. Being able to supply police officers and pay them adequately, and I don't know, this is just the tricky thing.
The police have been pretty effective statewide in saying, we will not come up with enough people for you to have an SRO in every school, hence the school guardian. So.
Mrs. Tingy?
So just thank you for this report. And yeah, we're coming down to the end of the session, which is always intense. But I just kind of wanted to shift gears a little bit. I know a meeting or two ago, we talked about the idea of writing an op-ed.
Yes.
Because that's one thing that the JLC is has started an initiative kind of encouraging districts to participate by writing an op-ed. So I just wanted you all to know that I went ahead and signed us up to do that in March.
In March, okay.
I asked you about that. She says March. So anyway, I didn't know if we wanted to talk about making an assignment, who's gonna write that. I know Karen and Andrew were there last Friday at JLC and.
Yeah, do we want to have like a subcommittee work on that?
Letter writing committee.
You always ask,
you always ask
AI to do it.
Yeah. Andrew kind of volunteered to maybe take a stab at it, but.
Andrew?
Okay.
You did? Oh, you did.
You wanted that. I want to see the play-by-play where I did that.
So anyway, no, I don't mean to put you in a hot seat here, but I just thought we ought to talk about how we want to go about doing that.
Is there any time in March? Is there a certain?
We are assigned the week of March 11th. So it's not
Right after the
immediately.
session. I have a feeling it will be more clear once the session is done.
Yeah.
The op-ed needs.
Well, is the op-ed about the constitutional amendment?
It
Or
can,
not necessarily?
no, the only instruction is, and I think Susan mentioned earlier about kind of narrative and stuff. It's to give our viewpoint, our narrative about the role of public education. We can decide exactly if there's a specific
Just supposed
issue
to
or
be
just
both.
general or, but just, yeah.
Okay, so should we put that on the agenda for like March 5th to talk about it, or?
We don't have a meeting March 5th.
It's probably right, it's well, we could put it on the 12th. Well, maybe
It's due on the 11th.
there'll probably be a legislative update that day anyway, so we can just talk about it, but let's just.
But we're supposed to have it ready to turn in
By the 11th,
that week anyway, I guess the 12th.
I think we need to,
okay, let's have a committee work on it then.
yeah, I was gonna say, you need to get it written and then just let everyone edit or add to, take away from,
Anyone else?
get it done. So
Feel strongly.
I was gonna say, I don't like it either.
Either.
See, there's nothing more.
We all have strong
Then we're gonna
feelings
call
about
a
this,
special meeting.
as we should.
How about, who really wants to do it the most? Cause we should probably just have 3.
Would this also include a member of staff like your communications team?
Yes.
would say.
I think so.
For sure.
He's over there smiling, I need more homework, I need more.
I assume so.
He doesn't trust us to put it out on our own completely, come on.
Yeah.
I have one more question for Susan, actually. Susan, talking about when session isn't going. You know, you made a really good point, and we've seen it with school fees and education stabilization and voucher bills, adding money. Obviously, we are in kind of a crisis situation as far as funds that are supposed to be used for public ed and what's happening. And if we think of all the number of bills that actually upset the apple cart as far as everything's supposed to come from WPU, what can we do, Susan, in the off season of legislative session? Because the op-ed is a big deal. That'll be great, but clearly we need to do a lot more with messaging. So in your opinion, because you're up there all the time, what would you say?
One, it's sometimes frustrating for us, being me and Charlie up there, and I think those of you who've been up there for you to see this and at JLC, is that we have had a tremendous amount of bills that are targeted at one thing that happened one place in other districts. In some other
It's
districts.
so true.
And we go to talk to our delegation and they say, we love canyons. We trust you. We trust your policy. But you know, we heard this one story out of Blank High School when I don't know how we fight and get ahead of that. I do think you all in JLC may be asking for some of your hot points to be shared out throughout the year so that you're like, oh, and maybe districts are a little closed and don't always want to share that. But maybe school board members could start talking so that we get ahead of what happened. Because we've had some things this year that they're very pointed on. I don't know fact or fiction. I mean, if we know the districts well, we'll call and we'll say, catch us up to speed on what happened here. But I mean, an innocuous bill, we've dealt with an update to the safe walking routes plan that is from one parent in one district that's been mad for 10 years because they can't get what I don't know how you get ahead of that. You know, somebody goes to their elected official and says, I want a bill ran on this. And they're like, aye. And then it's statewide law. So I think maybe some messaging on, do you need a law to deal with incidents, you know, to deal with one-off things? Do you always need a law, you know, to deal with things? Maybe we can in our deal with that a little bit more, address that maybe, as we are in interim. And I think we already do this, but we will sometimes message you all in interim this time. This was discussed and it sounds like this crazy idea, but those crazy ideas are making it to January and are proliferating. So, I think that what you did last year, at some point in the spring, we'll talk about how you want your legislative meetings this next year structured. And I think it's going to be interesting because depending on what JLC does and education committee does with the constitutional amendment may very much impact how the next year goes.
Yeah.
And then one way or the other, we know for a fact we will have at least 2 new legislators this year. So we're going to have a lot to do to get to know people again and to talk to them depending on who's elected. And so we may have more than 2, but we know we'll have 2.
Mhm.
So we'll have some relationship building to do again as the year progresses.
So I'm curious if, I just found out that the Colorado State Legislature has a law passed that essentially no legislator can present more than 3 pieces of legislation. I know, well, so that's a question I have. It's, if we had something like that in place, would you have fewer bills that are, you know, pet bills based off of one single constituent? My guess is that your legislators would make sure that whatever they're putting forward is really worth their time, and they feel like it's really increase the quality of what comes out of their legislative sessions. I don't know.
So that has been discussed.
You should send that to legislative leadership.
That has been discussed. I have not gotten the feeling that there is any appetite for that at the Utah legislature.
They
I
don't.
never want to send
We
you.
talked to them about it, but they don't.
Well, we've talked to him about limiting education bills, but to actually have a solid quota that, you know, you can't go past that amount is a different idea.
I do think we need to keep up, and we always try to do this, but I think we need to keep up and make sure Leon does a great job with the budget books that we give to them, and that's quoted frequently, that we're so open. But I do think we may need to focus a little bit on, here's what you gave us, here's what it was spent for. And here's actuals, and it's in there, but maybe a little earlier on as things are hitting. Just to help them, realize the impact on us. And the budget may get tight enough that you make some really hard decisions that their taxpayers may not be happy with, and that may impact how they start seeing things. Cause I mean, we will probably say, if we end up in a WPU in the negative, in our opinion, we will probably have some pretty hard decisions to make, and we will probably put that right back on their plate. And so we already are in our messaging is, okay, well, what you're talking about now takes us down to a -2 WPU. Well, no, it doesn't. Effectively it does. So, explaining that as we go, as things roll out, maybe having a legislative follow-up of where things land for us in a month or two after the session.
Included with that, is it easy to get the bill listed and maybe a brief summary, and then who voted from our area, just our legislators,
You want all the
on their voting record?
the 190 some odd bills. Yeah.
Sure. No, the most critical,
Yes.
the most critical ones.
Yes, we could do that.
We can go look it up on the website.
I know.
And
I know.
we know how a lot of times how.
We're happy to put it together for you, just not in the next few weeks.
No, it's okay. Afterwards, I just know that my constituents had said that would be helpful, and I can go through and cull that out myself. I'm just wondering if there's a
No, we can have
easy way
to just not by your follow-up on after the session.
after the session. Not now, don't want to know now, but afterwards, because it is a number of a lot of the Republicans are obviously up for reelection, and I think having people understand, you think these people are doing these positive things, and they're not, for education.
Or they say they are.
Or they say they are and they're not. So I don't know, more education's better, but I was just wondering if we did a summary, can we also put with that summary, the voting record of?
Just not by our summary for you. We don't have time to do that, but in a period of time, yes.
Yes. No, I don't, yeah. General,
Eventually.
eventually.
Just before November.
Absolutely. By November, we can do that. We might can even do it by April. We'll have a hard time by the time we're back here reporting to you after this session to do that, especially because Charlie will be by himself because I will be out of town.
Childish for Charlie.
Thank you, Susan.
Yes, thank you.
For all your work and good luck. And please, I mean, you can see that our board is willing to do whatever to help.
Yes.
So you let us know.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Good luck surviving, Susan said.
Okay, the next item is the
You just have to run to catch up.
USBA updates. And the main thing, I did get the takeaways from the meeting, and it really wasn't much other than, I just want you guys to make sure you have on your calendar, the USBA region meeting for us in Sandy is March 6th at 6 p.m. And then obviously NSBA will be that first weekend in April, so 6th and 7th of April, so. But yeah, 6 p.m. on the 6th, and obviously if you can't make that one, you can just attend another meeting where they have a good food on the 6th. Yeah, that's a Wednesday night, so. Okay, and now we will go on to item C, which is the Future Innovation Center discussion. Dr. Rick Robbins, Superintendent.
Okay, thank you, President Schill. First, I just want to express my gratitude to my good friend and colleague that joined us tonight. Condolences to your family and all Leon lost his father. How many of us were able to get up to the meeting today, but thoughts and prayers are with you, everybody. Well, I'm excited to talk a little bit about the future. This is a really interesting conversation. I first want to just really lay out there that this is very conceptual in nature and environment. This is As far as any type of infrastructure or building, we're probably some years away, which that's important to think about in planning. We've been talking about this in long range planning for a while. But I think more importantly than that is really to kind of talk about the why and the what and the how as it relates to our strategic vision plan. Just some of the principles that we really want to operate from forward in the future. So with that, I just want to start with how does this relate to our strategic vision? So if you think about, and we'll just for the sake of time, if you look at really in high quality learning, and we're talking about post-secondary pathways, all of these skills that we've talked about, these durable skills that really industry and employers are looking for, as well as engaging classrooms and moving that forward, whether that's in STEAM, technology, hands-on experience, cross-curricular, whatnot. And then just the outcomes that we want in dispositions, right? So we want students to be resilient, lifelong learners, honest, and have integrity, responsibility, service, respect, and growth. And then our portrait of a scholar in those 5 skills: innovator, critical thinker, resilient learner, and impactful citizen. So that, to me, that really frames the discussion about the future in Canyons and where we want to go. This presentation in particular, just so everybody has the context, that's kind of how we framed that up. This came out of a discussion a few years ago. A few of us met with Alan Matheson and Representative Moss about talking about our future and our future position at the point and in this project. So everyone here knows that the prison is moving from the point, has moved to Salt Lake. And so there was this discussion about what that space might look like. And then as different drawings started to come out and we started to meet, we were talking about what educational opportunities might be, which is, I think, is really, really exciting, right? There's a lot there to be had. And so as time went on, it kind of went back and forth with what does that look like for Canyons? It sits within our boundaries. And so we plan on being the LEA to provide those educational services. But the amount of property and space has kind of gone up and down. So I really don't want to get too lost in the weeds and in the shuffle of what the property might look like. But from that, this presentation was put together to really solidify our position and our vision to be part of that. Now, how that looks down the road as we think about the point in conjunction with CTEC and all of these programs that we're looking at, I think, this makes for a great collaboration and marriage between these programs. It just happened to be about the same time that we were looking at the project at the point. We were talking with Janet Goebel and CTEC about our building. I actually think we had a building audit on that facility, and you recall it didn't score so high, right? So we know that we have, and we'll talk about this, we have amazing programs at CTEC, and you'll see some of the numbers. Janet and her team have really done some great work there, but that building definitely lacks curb appeal, right? If we're thinking about what we can do, that's being nice, isn't it, Janet? It could use a touch up, but it's not because of the people in it, and they're doing amazing. So you'll see some of these are renderings. We had an architect work on some drawings that might help us just think about and envision and imagine the future. You can see in this one, we specifically had intent with how this showcase area really it's kind of this convergent space where our students would be able to showcase prototypes. And you can see some of the things that they're working on there with drones and robots and whatnot. But then it has kind of this sweeping staircase too for a gathering place, and then on up onto the second floor for meeting space. And you saw in the docs that it actually has just some conceptual drawings of what that space might be. And I definitely want to leave enough time just to do a little quick rapid fire roundtable just on some highlights. I know we spent some time visiting different places around the country to really help inspire our learning. And I thought it'd be great just to kind of touch base on those. There's definitely a much longer discussion to be had on this later, but maybe just we can touch on a few of those learnings. So really thinking about the future, then you can see there's our portrait of the scholar, and the future really is now. It's here, and we can see that in so many ways. And this is really a yes and proposition, right? It's building on really the core elements of Canyons District in academic achievement, skills, and dispositions. And if we look at the state portrait of a graduate, or we look at other models, we're right there. And it's really about building on all the success that we've had in going forward. So speaking of CTEC and what's actually happening in CTEC, and thinking about, how do we build on this? You can see some numbers here: 54% increase in CTEC enrollment from 2021 to 24. The thing, and we've talked about this in committee meeting also, that really stands out is our students that perform as concentrators and completers graduate, and that crosses all populations in the district, and that's a real tribute to her team and their work. And we know if students are engaged and they see that future, they see the end game with employment, that they're much more willing to stay and finish and complete. So it's very, very impressive to see that, but obviously we can expand on that vision and on that footprint. So a little bit about kind of the what, right, and framing the problem. This is a quote from Craig Gerald from the College Board. "The real world is undergoing rapid change, which can be daunting as well as exciting. Near the end of 2022, the world got an up-close look at how artificial intelligence can now craft essays and poetry, write code, even pass the bar exam. Imagine trying to envision the world in 10 years, in 20 years, if you are a teenager thinking about how to prepare for the real world after high school." And a lot of this data, I just quickly researched a few different surveys. There was one in particular it's by a nonprofit in Utah, but a lot of kids are really feeling disconnected between their ability to be prepared for college and career and their experience. And so that to me is a real why, and why are we even pursuing this? Why are we thinking about reimagining and re-envisioning that experience? And that actually follows up, if you look at a lot of college students' perceptions on their experience. Most of the survey data I read, only about half say that it truly prepares them for the career or the field that they're in. And with high school students, that's much high. That number is usually much higher, as well as just their confidence level. And that makes sense when you look at, so if you just Google the most demanding or jobs in demand in 2030, 86 million hits on it: cybersecurity, data analysts, data scientists, healthcare, online educators, biomedical technicians, AI, machine learning, renewable energy, bilingual education teachers, virtual augmented reality, artificial intelligence engineer, software developer, list goes on. And then if you compare that side by side with future ready students and their dispositions, which to me is very exciting that we're very aligned to this in our plan. So over 1 billion hits, and what comes back there is collaborator, cognitive flexibility, emotional intelligence, problem solving, critical thinking, communication, cultural intelligence, adaptability, creativity, and digital literacy. So it really is a combination of the academic technical skill that we've always probably been, that's where we shine probably the most, but we know that what industry is asking from us is much more. And so that's where I believe this plan and kind of our vision for the future really hits that mark. So again, thanks to Kirsten, she helped me put my slides together. Not knowing that I was looking at some of the same data. You can see how some of the things that we do and some of the things that we're projecting are things that are very, very exciting. And granted, and Janet does a great job with this too. There's a lot when it comes to, skills certification and what we can offer and what we're certified in. We've had a devil of a time trying to find a cybersecurity teacher, but I think we finally got one now, right, Janet?
Yes, we're
Awesome.
waiting on one more reference, but yeah,
Okay.
we already have 3 references. All right.
Awesome.
He's gonna be hired for next year.
So, you know, getting people from industry to partner with us is really a challenge, but I think it's worth it. So just our beliefs and thinking about what this model might be when we're modeling this out. I really believe have this vision for this interdisciplinary experience that I think once we get this off the ground and lift off, that we're not going to have any trouble with industry wanting to come to us. They need our talent. They know that this would be a talent-rich environment, and if we're able to really articulate this plan between the vocations and then more on the tech side and whatever that looks like, if it ends up being a C-Tech on this other side of Mount Jordan and a satellite at the point, or one or the other, it just opens up so many great opportunities. So you can see there building on relationships. In that last slide, I mentioned hero's journey. One of the things that I think we have missed on in a lot of this articulation or these pathways is leadership, right? And so not just developing skills that are centered to a field, but really developing that apprenticeship model where almost like the military, where students have they have this apprenticeship and a mentor that really brings them into the fold and takes them all the way through. We don't want kids to just come out skilled. I want them to come out as the best of the best. When they leave our program, they're skilled, but they're also a leader in the field and ready to take that next step. So this is just conceptual, again, something that, you know, we've kind of been thinking about, and that's all it is. This might be one campus. Like I said, it could be multiple campuses. Many districts are developing anchor campuses, and then they have satellites. So there's a lot there to consider, but you can see just based on these drawings what that might look like. This was very appealing to Alan and to Jeff. I really like the idea of a Canyons charter high school we would still be in control of it, but we would open it up not just to our students, but statewide. And with that size and kind of the location, I actually pushed Alan. I said, because he's kind of been around 8 to 10 acres. And I'm like, give us 20. Let's do this right. Let's go all out on this and do 20 acres. And he didn't say no, so I don't know. But the land out there is a little expensive, as you can imagine. But why not? So let's go for all of it. So you can kind of see there, one key element to this too, and as you guys share your thoughts about your visits to some of these innovation centers, I really think we can do a standalone program and allow students to program in. A lot of these sites are one or the other. They're either making students start when they're freshmen and they stay in the program only, or you program in and out and you don't stay in the program. But I think, you know, if we're able to really do this right, we build out the model the way it can be, I think it can be both. But it is a very, very immersive experience for students, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder with teachers and industry experts. That is the heart of it. And that's going to be the challenge. Those of us that went to Austin, Texas, this model is there and it's amazing, but it does require the right people that have the vision to be able to do that, right? And so designing a program where students can come to that school standalone or program in from their traditional high school would be I think that's the target. And then here's just a couple of drawings so you can see what some of the space might look like. Some of it definitely is you could use more on the academic side. There's lots of multi-purpose space. There's lots of natural light. You also have an outdoor shop yard. One of the things that I liked about those of you that have seen the one in St. George is the open air courtyard that their culinary students are able to use. So they actually can prepare the food inside, and then they have a serving area outside, and they open up glass windows so they can host events and receptions and all kinds of things that it's a point A to Z in some of their events that they plan with their students. So pretty awesome stuff. And then you can see the upstairs there. I like again, that sweeping space with the commons area, and then all of the prototype for lab and whatnot. It's very open. Great. The last thing I'll leave you is with this is this really can be a place of rigor and relevance like Harvard and Yale. And it can have the discipline necessary to be West Point, but it also has the creativity to be Disneyland, where dreams come true. I believe this, so let's get it done. That's that. So we got a few minutes for questions or comments.
Okay, any questions for? Just maybe go around the table, share our ideas. Mrs. T?
I have a question. So what do you guess the time frame is for those that are developing the point and making some of these decisions? What,
So
we
they,
kind of know what we
I know.
work with.
well, they're hard to. together.
I get that, and I asked that.
So
say that,
I
guess.
just emailed them and they said, Alan said, yes, love it, let's get together after the session. So I think that's probably our next step.
We've heard, yeah, we've tried, and I'm not sure, sure it's so political that they're trying to get a grasp on it too.
Right. It's a big,
I think we're hearing, I drive by there almost daily. Big rock piles doing some type of grinding. I think they're gonna start in some type of underground infrastructure. 2024, maybe some roads. Looking to go somewhere vertical starting in 2025 and some buildings out there. But got a couple years to build those, so 28-ish maybe. I don't know, yeah.
so Rick forgot to mention, like, one of the things they did say, they were really jazzed about our last meeting and said, oh, we want to get you in front of the whole board so that you can present to them, because this is exactly what we've been looking for. Of course, then it was crickets for a little while, but I think a lot of it has to just do with the fact that Representative Moss is so busy right now at this session, and he is really the one who's kind of spearheading the vision of what they want educationally out there. I think he's more or less the person who was responsible for getting the funding for their center that they want to have there. And so, yeah, what is it called? It's Convergence Hall. So I know that this is on their radar. Representative Moss actually said, I wasn't so sure public ed would be able to figure out what we were looking for, but now I feel differently. So it was a great meeting. I do think we'll hear from them again. I just think the timing right now is tricky.
They said they would have, when we met with them, they did say they think they have some timeline they can start mapping out for us, but for that meeting, of course, we're back, see where we go.
Anything else for? Okay, who wants to start talking about just some highlights from the schools we've visited so far? Because we do have a roundtable where we will spend like 3 hours.
Yeah.
Still more in depth. So maybe just high level ideas. Sure.
So the only place I visited, and it was a very brief visit because I just happened to be in the area for a family thing, was the Kirkland Ranch Academy of Innovation, located in Tampa, Florida. It's the Pasco County School District. They were in their second year of operation. It is a 4-year school where it's the only school the kids go to all day. And you start as a 9th grader and work through. So as their second year in operation, their first year was 9th and 10th graders. And then third year included 11th graders. And then this next school year will have a 12th grader. So as kids matriculate up, they'll add on a year. Yeah, it's self-contained. There's no extracurricular activities. And in 9th grade, they mostly take core classes and introduction to whatever the program is that they're interested in, the pathway that they're interested in. And then it was interesting. She said in Florida, they require high school students graduate, you have to take at least one online class. And so they don't offer PE at this high school and just have kids take PE online. So I thought that was interesting. And the programs that they offered were pretty similar to the ones that we offer. So I didn't see any uniqueness there. Of course, their facility was brand new. It was gorgeous. I don't know how many acres it was on. Because it was about a 3-minute drive from the main road up a driveway to where the building was. And all green space, I mean, Florida, right? So, and let's see. One of the things that they had, which I think would be essential to success for anything we choose to do, is they had they were very closely connected with industry partners in their area. I mean, to the point where people from industry would come and help students, help with instruction, help with projects, works, help, that kind of, I mean, they had their people and they were very closely connected. And it wasn't just a show up one day a year and talk about the job you do. It was, we were working hand in hand. And let's see, so I came away from there, I mean, very impressed. They have a good program and very committed people, and the students, just as I observed around, were excited, but their facility was designed a lot how some of our newer high school facilities are designed, with some open and collaboration space and classrooms in a pod and things like that. But, and superintendent kind of talked about maybe we can do both, that it doesn't have to be an either or, but just that question of, do we want it to be full-time, this is their only high school experience, or do we want to have a program where they can still go to the traditional comprehensive high school, but also have access to some of the strengths of whatever this center ends up being. And then transportation, I think, it's a little bit tricky. So at this particular place, they had, I think she said, 4 different pickup locations from around the geographic area that their district covered, which was a pretty large area. I would guess even a little bit larger than ours, but comparable. So students just had to get themselves to those 4 pickup spots. And then they would be transported to this school and then back to the pickup spot. Yep, those are my main ways from that one.
Thank you. Mrs. Patterson?
I went to a number of them, and I can happily report that the programs that I saw in pretty much every one of these different programs were as high a quality as we have, or we have as high a quality as they have. You know what I mean? I did not see a lack in our programming. So what we're really looking at is finding a building that's adaptable and meets the needs in a more open way. It's attractive and attracts our community and our businesses. And so I found that they seem to follow the same kinds of patterns. I like what the presentation had, that, you have the open area, the closed area. Some of my favorite parts were when they could write on walls. They have glass, and they also have a special kind of whiteboard thing. They can move them to wherever they need them to be, but so they could reconfigure rooms all the time. So the bearing is not on the walls, it's on the outside of the building, and students could work right on the walls and work with that. That was really fun to see them do that. I love seeing presentation areas outside the classroom where a group of students could go out and practice their presentations for each other without having any supervision, and yet they were all on task because they owned this. This was something that it was very important to them, and they were very professional. I didn't see a goof off kid anywhere. I mean, it was a big commitment to be there, and they took it very, very seriously. So my opinion is a lot of them are closed campuses. I would really love to be able to say in fact, I don't think I feel comfortable in saying that only certain students can go there. I want our high school students to have choices, that they can come in and have the curricular life outside in the regular high school, so that it would have to be, we'll have to talk about, that would really change some of the schedules when we schedule our high schools to be able to get kids back and forth, but maybe they would come for longer periods of time. That was something that was very beneficial from Loudon's, is that they could stay, because they were there so much longer in the instruction that they were able to graduate early, or I can't remember how did, they were just there so long.
Every other day.
Yeah, they did it every other day, and so they
Every other
had
day.
more hours than they actually needed. So I like that every other day version. I like having students be able to choose to opt in and opt out, but that they can't just play revolving door. So it's kind of like a little more restrictive. It's a one shot in, give it a try. Maybe you want to try a second thing, but then after that, you're pretty much out. But I don't think they had any problems. They did have huge amounts of office staff to track their business partnerships. So that was one concern. I mean, huge, 20, it's like a whole new department. And they were tracking their credits, tracking their coming and going, they had buses pick them up at spots and bring them in. So that all worked out. There was never a parking issue because students don't drive. I don't remember seeing any student parking. Did you see student parking? Not much, if any, but I like having the open areas. I love that the students were the lunch providers. Loved it. And they didn't have to be there every single time. They had an area where they could go in and have vending machine access to food, but they also had preparation done for that vending machine by the students. So it wasn't like the students were only there cooking for the kids all the time. They didn't have a lunchroom. It usually went into their common area. So you picked up your stuff, and in that common area, they had seating areas where you could sit on those steps that go all the way up. The steps all had plugs so that the kids could charge their got a plug, not their phones, their iPads. I don't remember seeing kids on phones at all. They were all on, all on their computers that were all over the place. Desks could roll, chairs could roll. I mean, it didn't look like there was any solidness. Can't remember which one had it, but they actually had a room that they could open up the dividers to have a big, huge meeting with parents. And then they could close it off and have just that. And if parents didn't fit in those two rooms, they had screens outside plus chairs in that open area where they could actually still be part of the meeting, but were in an overflow situation. So they always were using their spaces for something. And it just had a lot of flexibility back and forth. I'm very anxious. I kind of like this idea that you came up with. The track 1 accelerated diploma at Capstone, track 2 students stay at their high school and enroll in individual courses. I kind of like having the two options. None of these schools started full time with every single grade all at once. We could be maybe the first, but they all eased into it. None of them passed the bond for their buildings first thing. A lot of them, they went to their communities hadn't been educated, didn't really understand what's going on. That's why we don't want to use the word tech, because tech means shop. Shop doesn't have value. Don't ask me. But anyway, so you don't ever use that word. Okay. It's not that we're not being tech, saying C-Tech doesn't motivate people, but saying an innovation center or a creation center, we just have to have better branding. I love that we want to have businesses come in. I think we'll have to be careful about the partnership, how much the influence they have versus how much we have academically. I'm told by Janet that we have tons of business collaboration right now, but I think it needs to be more visible. It was fun in Loudon where they were actually almost fighting over rooms to sponsor. I'm the medical wing, and they had their plaque, and they literally bought the equipment that could be used in that. So they had the highest level of new equipment because the businesses brought it in, because you were training there for future employees. So they were more than happy to use their megabucks and do that. And then they had little plaques. And so it was kind of fun to go around and see who's the sponsor. And it sounded like they were a bit competitive about it. I get to sponsor the, and I think that will help us immensely. I don't think we need to be self-sustaining. If they are going to be, you know what I mean? We need to look at how much can we get our community to buy into this and actually help support financially as well as as time. Let's see, anything else? I just kind of think that what I took away from it more than anything else is that we have an awesome program already. And that we just need to give them a building that will capitalize on the skills that they already have, the great teaching and technology that we have and that we can expand. I think they're so tight on how much they can do that we can't go any further. But if we have a bigger space and more flexible grouping and options, I honestly think we can do a great job. I don't think we should wait to spend our money on the point. I think our students need it sooner. Whatever we're planning for our students, our CTEC students, and then I won't use that word, our innovation students. Now, I mean, we're gonna make a program that we feel very strongly about for ourselves, and then that will be a model that we can bring people over. And then whatever version we end up at the point, we already have it worked out. We already have the bugs figured out, and everyone will let us have a lot of say because we've already taken care of that. So I get kind of frustrated when we spend a lot of time talking about the point when I feel like our students need it now. And so we need to, not in the next 5 or 6 years, but I think we need to have a better building for our students. And we've even talked about adding in some of our district needs, like the clinic being included and possible daycare or nurseries. Who knows? We haven't played with that game yet, but we do know we want a clinic. And that if we combine the two, that just gives practicums for the medical students too. So anyway, I thought it was very valuable time that we went places, but we need to really start talking about where is it going to be and what do we need it to look like. I'm not so worried about our programs. I'm just more concerned about how are we going to house it to be the most effective. And I did kind of like your 2-track idea. We hadn't said that before, but I like it. So that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Pedersen. Sorry, Mrs.
I did it. That one's Oaks.
Sorry, I'm
We'll wear
looking
name
at
tags.
Good. So I apologize to my fellow board members. I've had a chance to visit all of the spots except for the one Nancy mentioned and the one in St. George. And I've tried to put things in our Google Doc, but the last two, including Blue Valley, which we've just visited in Kansas this past weekend, I have not entered that yet. But I do feel like there are certain things that are floating to the top after visiting these places and chewing over it for the last few months. First of all, I absolutely agree with what Karen said. It has to be a focus on an innovation center. I also have a great respect for CTEC and what they're doing. You know, actually trying to prep my incoming high schooler to get ready to be able to do a CTEC program. I had a son that's done it, and I think it's an amazing thing. But I will say, I think that there are some differences from some of what I've seen of where I'd like us to go. And namely, and part of it's not anyone's fault, actually. I mean, it's not a function of that at all. I mean, in talking to Tom Sherwood on Friday after we visited Blue Valley, what's really risen to the top, and it's come up in conversations over the last few months, is that we have some strange restrictions associated with how the laws and how like things from USPE are written. One of the big things is funding. I mean, you cannot get certain funding that we have coming into CTEC unless you actually jump through the hoops of what's expected for that particular curriculum or that particular course. Part of what we're going to have to do as a board and as a district is we're going to have to think creatively about how to approach the legislature and USPE and carving a path for us to be create what some of these other places have created. Right now, as it stands, there are some obstacles in the way, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible. Jefferson Moss said to me once, he used to be on USBE, and he said, public schools can innovate. The pathway is there. You just sometimes have to ask for permission. And I do know we have legislators, including Senator Cullimore and others, who talk to us about the importance of innovating, and they want to see that. And I think maybe that's where we do need to start collaborating with them more effectively in the interim sessions about how to do that, especially if we can give them a vision of what's possible. So some of what specifically I feel like, and Rick alluded to this, there is not just the hero's journey and leadership involved in some of these places, but there is cross-culturalization of subjects and problem solving that happens. There's a large focus on project-based learning, on engineering and design thinking. That's very important to develop their critical thinking and their creativities, like what we've said. They also will sometimes use micro-credentialing for students, really. And so like one of the things we just saw at Blue Valley is they said, you know, we don't necessarily have standalone classes for kids to learn things like Excel or coding, but as their projects come up with that need, we have ways to plug them into how to learn that. And then they can demonstrate that they've developed that capacity, but it is more meaningful because it's in the context of what they are trying to create. And I actually think there's a lot of wisdom to that. I agree that industry partnerships absolutely have got to be made a priority. And that's something we can do now, before we have a building. And it's something that there's a lot of urgency to. I feel like we need to really put that first and foremost in front, because it's going to inform how we do things. And the best innovation centers definitely were driven by what the industry partners are saying. I would say out of all of the locations that I visited, I was by far the most impressed by Loudoun and what they have done with that. And both they and Blue Valley talked a great deal about the importance of making sure that student internships were meaningful and relevant. There are a lot of situations where you can get into internships where you just have somebody that's getting coffee and making copies. And they're like, we are not about that. And they've screened people up front and making sure, and you know, that there's that partnership still between the educational institution and the industry partner to make sure that that is going to be a really helpful and effective learning experience for the student. I would say, as far as the model goes in terms of timing, I am not a fan at all of having a standalone model. I recognize that that works for some places. I don't feel like it will work for canyons. And like what Ms. Pedersen was saying, I feel like I want a lot of our students to be able to experience these skill sets and these experiences, not just, you know, a small handful. And there are ways to do that. You know, we can talk more about that at the roundtable, but there are different ways that some of these communities have done it. One of the takeaways we got from Blue Valley, this was funny. They said that they had a board member when they announced that they're going to do this innovation center. He said, I have a junior in high school as a child, and he said, I want him to be able to experience this. And so rather than waiting for the center to be built, they actually started satellites in different areas of the district. And they even in rural areas, they started out in banks and other businesses. Yeah.
Even like in a business, in a conference room.
Yeah, they started setting up different spots where they worked with industry partners to actually allow kids to start having that experience. And that informed even what they ended up doing in their innovation center. So I would like us to talk more about that later, about like, hey, you know, we have some classrooms that are empty. We've talked about this. So maybe there are some things we can do. They have a Grow Your Teacher program. And they said, what better place than to have it in a school? You know, where they can actually have access to the classrooms and be able to do some meaningful work. As far as their teachers go, there is like a recognition with all of these innovation centers that this is a different model of teaching. And that is going to be something that we have to address and effectively discuss about how to work with that. Blue Valley actually has a 50-50 balance and blend of people coming from industry versus people coming for traditional teaching. And they feel like they inform and help each other. But there is training obviously involved. They, again, going back to what stands in the way of innovation in the state of Utah, one of the things that we have for sure is the obstacles that those coming from industry face in being able to qualify as a teacher. And that's something I think we're going to have to work with our legislators and kind of look at a little more deeply. As far as the building is concerned, which to me is actually the least important part of all of this, but that whole thing of having those descending stairs, for whatever reason, all of them have.
They all have it.
We all have.
And you know, some of them seem to use it more than others. I mean, but I would say there was the blueprint of Blue Valley seemed to work the best. And they have 66,000 square feet. It was an open floor plan, the way that they did it, and they really recommended having movable walls because they had one side of their building that they initially built out that had traditional classroom space that they used for this type of model. And then later they built out the other side of the building with movable walls. And they said, if we had to do it all over again, we would have had that flexibility across the board. You know, it's funny because you pull up to that building and it doesn't seem like amazing at all from the outside. I was like, this is it. And then you walked inside, oh, this is actually quite awesome. So anyway, I am really excited to get started with this. I think, I agree with Karen. I don't think it should be only site specific for the point. I think that this is something where we need to be going. I was just informed by the round of parents that went through the, you know, BYU just released who was accepted and who wasn't. And increasingly, things like the ACT, some of those traditional markers of what they're looking for in college students is shifting under our feet very quickly. They are looking for kids that are more well-rounded, that have the capacities that we're talking about in the Portrait of a Canyon Scholar. They are looking at portfolios. They're looking more heavily at essays and what these kids have done than the typical traditional markers. And so I feel like this is really where we need to be heading, and I'm excited to be doing it. So, anyway.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
Haven't visited any schools.
He works.
Okay. Well, we can talk about it more and.
I will
These
prepare.
pictures are a good.
I take
Yeah.
it.
She took
Amanda
lots of.
takes lots of pictures. I took some video.
I knew I was in good hands.
That's how I felt. I only went to the one because I was there anyway.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
Yes, okay, so of the schools that I visited, the ones that I had a lot of takeaway is the one in St. George, Career Tech High School. I have the architect's name and contact, by the way, which I think their building was fantastic. They had really great open spaces. They had the descending stairs. They had that conference room with the windows that overlooked the whole school. And then they had that really fun space for their culinary. They had this outdoor space with like an outdoor grill and everything. But their culinary students, they had a few different really cool spots for that as well. And then they had a huge space that their engineers, the capstone project, I've talked about this before, but it was a self-driving solar powered electric car. And I saw the car there in the warehouse. It's amazing. They had those dirt walls too, those movable walls, but it wasn't everywhere. They had, they had some spaces that weren't dirt, but then they had a lot that were. And the thing that I found most fascinating about their school is I had the principal send to me the student numbers by pathway, because they said some pathways, even though there's a huge need for it in the industry, none of the kids were interested in it.
Mm.
So like they tried to get an HVAC going, but they didn't have kids that wanted to do it. So they're actually their largest enrolled pathway was engineering. So that was really cool. Then after that, it was business. And then after that was construction. And then it was graphic design. Oh, health science, sorry. Health science was up there too. But I thought that was really interesting to see where the numbers are going. The one thing about their school is they have this big capacity and they're just at like half capacity, but they've only been there for 2 years. But their kids, they are bused, and their kids, I think, had a hard time getting back to their schools for any extracurricular. So
We can't.
yeah, so I think that's the reason
Only
why.
on.
Yeah, so I had him email me the enrollment numbers from the last 2 years and what registration looks like. I think, is it their third year? They have not grown to the amount they anticipated. Is this their first year? then they had their enrollment numbers for their second year, because I got 2 numbers. But anyways, they don't have quite the waiting list they anticipated, and I really believe it's because those kids aren't allowed to do their extracurriculars. So I'm a big fan of, we need to be able to have this system where they can go back and forth. We don't want to limit kids to their exposure of things that help them form those connections to their education. And we know that those extracurriculars are a big piece of that connection. So I'm really excited about doing it a little different and being able to give those kids both of those opportunities. I think one of the greatest things we could do with business partnership is to have educators that are currently in the industry. And I think that we need to look at part-time, as shared part-time, because a lot of people that are successful in their industry, they will not be able to give a full day, but they could give 2 days a week or a half day. And, you know, if you look at universities that employ like adjunct professors, that's exactly how it works. And that's how it works so well. So I think we do need to talk to legislators, but I think we need to be opening our eyes to the possibility of some part-time shared classroom, you know, management between a few different educators. And I think that will be huge to get those kids into the industry, the connections, as well as the relevance, of course. So the school in Texas, I think that there were some interesting things. I think the most interesting thing about that was how they had their own currency system and how the kids were allowed to schedule for themselves. They had open days and open periods where they would schedule things for themselves, if you remember that. I think the more we can personalize education, the more there's self-guided learning, the better it is for the kids. And so I think we do need to be creative and innovative as far as that goes too. So
Prior to the day that they got to choose their own, they were in pods. They were in cohorts, I'll call it that. That's what they were.
Yeah.
Is that they actually were in cohorts according to their pathway, and they worked with them. But then on Fridays, they had their own.
they did.
They got to choose their own.
And I guess the most fascinating thing for me is looking at the student population that was coming to the school. This is what was transformative in their education, because they weren't the kids that were at the top of their class. And we met with these kids that were in the middle of doing this project, and I asked them where they had applied to universities. And these kids are getting placed in semi-Ivy League colleges that came before this high school to not even a higher learning bracket. So I think it can be completely transformative too, if it's done right. So that's exciting.
Yeah. Okay, so I think my top 2 that I visited would be Loudon and then this latest Kansas City Blue Valley High School. The Blue Valley one, what they said is the walls are porous, and he meant that like literally and figuratively, because he said kids are out in the community, like they're actually not a lot of kids there.
Yeah, they're
They
out.
were
doing
like out doing
internships.
stuff, and also that the community comes into the school a lot, and that they have mentors built into their schedule, which I thought that was really cool. I feel the same as a lot of you guys, where I really didn't see a program that we don't already have, to be honest. But just the fact, like the partnerships with industry, I think are really cool, where they can actually work on real projects. I know in my master's program, I was like way more engaged when I knew, like I was working on something for an actual like nonprofit that they were gonna implement, and it like meant something, right? So I do think we've gotta work on getting teachers that can work from industry, just like several of you guys have said, because I mean, Amanda already said this, but half their teachers are from industry. But right, like, we're not gonna get teachers from industry if they have to do all these hoops to get certified or whatever else, right? But we want good people. So this was interesting. We asked how they funded it, because I was interested in that. Their state gives them like a 2/3 amount per student for buildings.
Mm.
But, you know, we would
Well,
never get
it
that.
disappears after 4 years, so it's like
Yeah.
it goes down in steps, so it
But-
kind of,
Yeah, but they didn't have to go out for a bond.
in Kansas, they did.
Yeah, it
That'd
was
be nice.
I know.
Don't hold your breath.
I was just waiting to get some tips on that and there wasn't anything there. They did, and they, like, Loudon was the one who had to go out 3 times.
Yeah. But then they also started sooner than a lot of these other campuses.
It's true. And I really liked what Amanda kind of took half of what I was gonna say, but what she said about where they started a year before the actual building. So I mean, I like that idea. Like, I hadn't really thought about that, but I like that idea because what if we want to start a new program? We don't have to have a whole building. We can just use a classroom or some of those other ideas they had. But I mean, we do have some empty classrooms places. I mean, I really like that idea. And as I've been thinking about just the big picture for this, right, we have declining enrollment, although it's not drastic, but we do. And over time, right, we just had our demographic study report. Like, I want to be able to, as many students as possible, to be able to access these programs. And I do think that if we have something really cool, that's gonna draw kids from other districts. And that's why we have to not just have only 500 kids could go there. Like, I think we need to make sure that all our students have access if they just want to take 1 or 2 classes. So. That's about all I have to.
Don't have to worry about credit.
So anything else, Rick? that you
Well, it was
want?
awesome. Thank you for all the feedback and, you know, I think we'll continue to learn and engage all stakeholders that are involved. I think getting this industry coalition together ASAP, I mean, we've been talking about that. That's gotta, I think, you know, we can start that right away. We already, I know we have lots of industry partnerships that CTEC that Jenna and her team support, just, I think, taking it to another level and getting everybody in the same room to talk about this vision and the future. So, but yeah, excellent feedback.
And I think, you know, even Davis School District said, we have a lot of partners that are in your area. Are you working? with them?" And I was like, I don't know. And they were so great about saying, you can send any of them up here to Catalyst to get a vision of what it is you're going for, right? And to get started that way, which I really appreciated that generosity of spirit there. You know, I mean, for instance, like they have the NSA coming from here up to there to recruit their Chinese DLI students for the military. And so anyway, it's just, I think there's a lot that we have to learn in that department for sure. One of the things I do want to say though, I want to echo what Karen said with regard to engagement and technology. It is not an issue in these places. These kids are being so engaged and so they're going deep into their projects. There's not them going off into these other places on the internet and getting in trouble. I will say, I personally feel, I know there's been a lot of discussion about Chromebook, particularly in my community, and a lot of fear attached to technology. But when it is done correctly, and I think that we have room for improvement, of course, I don't think it's as much of an issue. I actually think that the kids are going to see it as the tool that it needs to be, rather than a place to get lost. And that was one of the reasons I really wanted us to be able to take a look at what Slopes School has done. Because from a very early age, they teach those kids that this is a tool to be used responsibly. And if you're not actively learning with it in a way that's promoting learning, you're not doing it right, right? And I just, you know, especially with things like artificial intelligence coming and looming on the horizon, and that will be a part of these kids' reality when they hit the university years. I feel like it is absolutely critical for us to also maintain that awareness moving forward, that no matter what, whatever these kids are engaged in, that we keep in mind how to properly teach them how to use these tools and to do it in a way that is hands-on. I know that sounds ironic with something like a Chromebook or a computer, but there is we saw it, right?
To teach how to use a tool safely
Right.
and correctly. And yeah.
So we saw a science class in Loudon that they had robots out and they were doing math calculations and trying to predict how far their robots were going to move this way and that. And they were using their computers and they were down there with the robots and they were doing all the things. And I was like,
Hear less that we were standing.
yeah, they could have cared less. And none of them were going off in places they shouldn't have. I mean, it was fascinating to watch. They were really very self-directed. And I think that that's the goal. I hope that the community will be patient with us as we develop that because I definitely saw that in all of those places. It's definitely possible. So anyway.
Yeah, that's really good. I remembered one more thing I wanted to say. At Blue Valley, they have just one person that's over business development. And it's called the business development specialist, but all she does is focus on those business partnerships. So
All
anyway,
of the schools
I
have
mean,
one or
it's just
two
a
that
big
does-
job. I
that's
mean,
all
it's
they
a
do.
big
It's a big job, yeah.
That's all they do.
if you're doing it, so I just wanted to like add that. So anyway, thank you, Rick. Thank you for, providing to the board these opportunities to travel, because it has been, I think it's been really helpful.
Very
I'm so glad we've been able to do that. Just to like open our eyes and see what the possibilities can be for our students. It's exciting.
I have a question. So we are gonna have kind of a deeper dive on this when it's scheduled for. So,
Remember, it's a special meeting, March 19th.
so I'm
We'll start
wondering,
at 5.
this is wondering if, oh, sorry, I'm just kind of wondering if we could identify a few key topics that we'd like the administration to kind of provide information for us ahead of time.
That's a good idea. That's good. Well, because I was wondering if long-term planning should meet, actually kind
Yes.
of put an outline together.
idea.
But I would
That's
love,
fine.
That could be
no,
done.
but I would love input from the board.
Let's
Like,
do
what-
that. I think that's a great idea. Also, this roundtable is not just to talk about the Innovation Center, but other things as well, right?
Primarily this, but I mean, if there's another topic you want.
We haven't had a roundtable for a year.
No, but we're still gonna do one in June or July. This was just, I wanted to meet so we can talk while all these visits are fresh in our minds.
Okay,
Because I'm afraid if we wait till 6 months later,
right.
we'll kind of forget.
If we can
I'd
get
be an
a
advocate.
timeline all worked out, that these are the things we want to accomplish and have general guidelines, then I think we can step back from it a little bit. But until we get some details, it's just a cloud. It's just ambiguous information.
Well, yeah, and kind of the thought
Gotta
was.
get concrete.
It was just like the strategic plan took us a bit of
Sure.
time really, right, I mean, we had those posters, we were pulling Post-its up and I don't want to shortchange this process of making sure that however we're moving forward with innovation, we're all on the same page and we really have a very clear idea of what to do with that. And originally we had talked about just having this 1 hour and I was like, that is not sufficient.
No.
We have to do a bit more of a deep dive. I think it will definitely take the full 3 hours.
Because what I would like to do is we already talked in board leadership when we're planning this, to do like a poster board for each school.
Yeah.
And then have us go around and put, what do we like, what we didn't like, and so we can just be gathering all that information. But what are some other topics?
I think
or
it would be
information?
helpful if we had information of our programs right now and our partnerships
That's a good
right
point.
now.
Yeah.
And our enrollment trends in those programs, because I mean, hearing you guys describe a lot of what you've seen kids do, I mean, it's exciting, but I've seen those things happening at CTEC and in other classes too.
Yeah,
So
I don't even
I
think we need to have
just think
separate
we need to
boards.
have an up-to-date comprehensive report information where we're at, right? I mean,
Yeah.
because you always have to start with where you're at.
And the space that we have for it, because that's the largest discrepancy. We have a lot of the programs, we just don't have the space, right? And where some of those spaces are farmed out, because we have some things at certain schools,
Yes,
right? It's
yeah.
not all in our little CTEC.
Because right now, I think we have the rule that if it's in a school, it can't be at CTEC or vice versa, right? I mean, that
Well,
somewhat,
we don't want to compete with the high
yeah, you
school
don't want to compete, yeah.
because it doesn't do either of us.
Sure.
So we try and have programs that at the high schools that feed into the tech center. But as an example, we have engineering at Alta.
Yes. So that's what we really, I think, need to hone down is where it is, where it's located. because we have a lot of things like that.
I would rather not have
Mechanic.
mechanics for each of the places we visited. That's what this conversation kind of weeded down just a little bit already.
So I don't know what we're gonna talk about for 3 hours, so.
Well, okay, so can I?
No, there's plenty, believe me.
Can I go back to something? I do also believe though in efficiency with meetings. And I also believe that waiting until June for other important topics. I think giving 2 hours to the Innovation Center and then an hour possibly for some other things. I feel like there's been a lot that's come up. You know, and it's been over a year since we've had a roundtable, and I know I've got a running list of things.
Okay,
Like-
how does the rest of the board feel about that? Or we could do 3 hours on CTIC and then, I mean, we can just go however long. We're starting at 5, so we could go till 9 or 10 or 8. I mean, we could go longer. Does the rest of the board agree with that? 'Cause-
Well, can I say something? I mean, part of what we need to talk about is a building. We need to talk about how we want to fund it. We need to talk about what kind of learning model we want exactly. What kind of like teaching model we want in terms of who our teachers, like industry versus local. We need to talk about other areas. I mean, we know of 4 areas of industry that are coming to the point. Do we want to orient to those? We know that places like Davis School District have something like, you know, a drone program. Do we want to expand into that or even drafting? I think we need to talk about what kinds of programs that have been looked at. We just don't have space for it. I actually think that this is kind of a large discussion. Anyway, there's a lot of aspects of that we have to make decisions on and brainstorm and look at. And to have the key players in administration here who can tell us what kind of obstacles we're gonna bump up against and or the pathway forward in order to be able to work through obstacles. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, so do we want to start with like a presentation on what we have at CTEC or should we have?
Yeah, I think.
Should we have that on the 12th on the agenda so that we have that information and it's in a public meeting? I mean, the other one's public too.
I think they could start on the
Or
19th.
just start on the 19th.
Yeah.
I personally think it would help kind of set the
Like, it's, okay.
stage, yeah.
Okay, on the
Janet's
19th.
making noise with it.
Yes. March
March
19th.
19th. Are you in town?
She's going.
It's not our normal, well, it kind of is our normal day because we had to switch because of cost.
But you're not gonna
And
be here. We're gonna go over to that.
And I'm fine if we want to add an hour onto that meeting. To it,
For other
even if we don't do the total deep dive, but for board members to kind of bring up topics that they would like to
And then we
then
can schedule them out.
Because
part of
some,
a roundtable.
yeah, and some of these topics that we bring up may have pertinence to the discussion. So I think it's important for us to be looking at things in a global way a little bit, not just like in a silo.
Okay, but let's do this innovation center first.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm afraid if we start with the other.
Yeah, for sure,
we may
start
never
with
get back to them.
No, this is very, very important.
Okay,
And I think it would be helpful, I mean, there's some talk about what kind of flexibility we can get from the state board. You know, what we have teacher licensing and the way of, I'm assuming number of hours and things like that. So I think that would be some information that would be helpful.
Let alone.
And that,
High schools have it.
Yeah.
Professors and job teachers.
and
This
that,
is an example on that. We've worked with licensing currently for an LEA specific license for our teachers, for a lot of our teachers at CTEC. Currently, we only have 2 out of 16 teachers who are traditionally trained. They're all from industry.
Mhm.
And so we've already.
so you've already
So I think
That's
that's
why her
good information.
presentation would be,
Yeah.
tell us what you know.
so,
How's that?
yeah, so I think that's part of the discussion that I'd like a presentation on. So that everyone's more familiarized with how that works when we have someone who doesn't have a teaching license. We know they can go through the state and get the associate license, but we need that.
I
All
don't know every detail about.
right, the Apple program, grow your own teacher.
Either it's CTE is.
Yeah, but we can just refresh, you know, what's the grow your own teacher, the Apple program, these ways that we create these pathways for teachers. I also think as part of the discussion, it would be really great just to identify with the high schools, what are the individual programs and the identities, because as we create this innovation center, we need to be very careful that we are not competing against ourselves in any way.
Yeah.
And that we're preserving the strength of our traditional high schools as well. So I'd love to have a little discussion about what are the programs, what are the identities at this school? And then, you know, some of those are introductory pathways to CTE. But those, we need to be, I think, very clear about the things that are going on in our high schools too. And how we could merge that when students are trying to go back and forth. I think we need to have that global perspective, right?
And I think it'd be good to have some information too on internships.
Yes.
What we do, what we can do, where our boundaries and barriers are.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I'd also make a request both of myself and others, if you have visited a school, please put it up on.
Oh, yes,
Can
please.
you resend the link
Yeah,
to all of us?
we need to resend the link to that.
If all of us can come
Yeah.
well versed, having read through those notes, I think that's gonna help a lot.
Yeah.
Those are. our
That's
thoughts
great.
for that.
Thank you, Amanda. Okay, anything else? Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Rick, for this presentation. It's been great. And we'll look forward to that session on the 19th. And I will now declare this meeting over and we'll start business meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you.
We also have on that, it's just the list of all the partnerships, right? We already talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that. Okay, just want to make sure that's.
No, I didn't write that down, so.
Okay, it's just all,
Oh, I
the
didn't write
list of
down.
all the business partnerships with industry, yeah. And that would even, I'd like that to go even into like our power lunches with high schools. Because we have so many.
You know, we have so many, I mean. We talked about this month, I don't know. We do stuff with industry partners.
Yeah. I know.
So we need to know about it.
We need to know.
No, I just.
Nice job.
Could really highlight all of our industry.
Tell us.
Because we do
Yeah.
so much and it's hard to.
Well, it's important for us to know different high schools and what we do within their FBLA. For the library. I mean, those are the ones.
I waved at him like that, Colleen.
Have an established relationship.
We're in the overflow. Right.
See you.
Sit down, so you always.
Email from us. How are you doing? His name and just.
I think it was a really nice meeting. I thought it was great.
Oh, that's so cute.
Consider one in St. George. Paid for the drive. Turns into
Right.
space. This is library, it's principal.
Oh, yeah.
It's a 550 student.
I was just.
Didn't rain.
It shows up. For amount.
There are.
And they have a carve out.
I mean, there's just.
You notice I didn't put any names.
Maker space. Right.
Don't even. So glad to be there. Really nice,
Jordan and.
nice service, and I enjoyed the obituary, but the stories were.
It's just hard being
Strong extra.
You can't. You know. No, well, it's, you know,
Yeah,
this
it's
is opportunity.
Approach.
The board meeting
Makes me feel good. I eat it.
And but there's like at the Harold Washington Library in Chicago, they have a.
Same.
For another. Students need it. These kinds of projects. The monthly ones are all over this.
Oh.
They also. We were.
Yeah.
You got up and said, I don't play. Or like, that's funny.
Learn how to play the 10 key.
Then I'll step down from my job and go.
There you go.
I don't even do that.
I usually are it, but I didn't know. Yeah. I mean, I Cindy.
Amazing.
Always know where I sit because my seats.
Thanks for the flowers. It's beautiful.
Oh, you're welcome.
The music.
So I'm on.
All over it.
I don't want to get Cindy those headphones.
David Hall, city council's all
They were beautiful. I didn't know why they were because it's.
split on any.
Well, I did, I
told. Or was it Leon?
So
Yeah, it's like my mom.
So it's
I'll
like.
get their permission. Set up tomorrow. So
It was really pretty. It was manly. So.
benefit from that, like that politically doesn't, but she said they were sure they were up in arms. So tell David. Call, we can talk, but
We talked with him. It seemed like he was okay and it sounded like they were okay with it.
well, that was it. Told her too. I should remind him that was kind of a deal breaker for some of our board members.
And I told him.
Yeah.
I had an idea.
So he said,
What do you think of that?
you know, since I just think we're okay with that part. He said,
Crazy.
Perfect. What if it is from?
And he said.
We
"No,
had-
no,
Have you ever seen Fliper? It's little graphic info.
all
They
that."
draw the
How do you
cartoon.
spell that? Yeah, I've seen it.
FIVER.
Okay.
So we do a little thing like the dollar that's being title word. You put
He didn't seem like
Some
that,
horses that would like.
later,
Like,
like
He didn't seem-
public ed
It
bills,
seemed like
that's
that
bill,
was a big.
and it's like a little,
No.
like,
We're all
little
like that.
5 minutes.
It always seemed like that was,
And it's.
I was wondering.
keeps them
Or even
interested.
shorter, like a minute or two. I mean.
Oh, yeah, not even 5 minutes. Actually, it'd be like no more
I
than 3
think it's a
minutes.
Good idea.
And we
Well,
send
even
those to
if
them.
we send something that shows,
I
like,
knew exactly.
simplify because the one's actually so complicated. After like, okay, you gave us 6%.
Yeah.
But that,
Like what you're saying,
Yeah.
like.
The dollar's
not
running
having
away,
to go there.
this one's here. Now you're taking a WPU and then we're going, like, and like, this is what's happening. Here's. And it's all drawn out.
yeah, I mean.
A little 3 minutes.
If you want.
We send them things like once.
Or whatever you do.
But it's even in terms of-
That
I like that. I really think.
shouldn't come at cost to the city, but
Even though, even
money off of.
you guys were saying,
the-
when we asked you someone.
Yeah, we'll sell the property, these cemeteries.
Like, you see someone in the news, call them up.
You know what I got?
Doing like.
And what?
Buddy.
I,
How you doing, Fran?
Good, hey, thank you for that gift, that was so neat.
Oh, it just looked like you.
That's.
Oh, he said looked like he had a
Public education is to be sure that you're like.
I'm glad everything went well.
You know what, Amanda, did you watch that video that Nancy sent us, the YouTube thing explaining the whole caucus system? Like, I wanna put that on my,
To my neighborhood.
I know, I wanna send it. We should send it.
I was
I thought it was
Do we need to
Davis
put it up on our-
specific. Okay. I would like to welcome everyone to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is February 20th, 2024. We're meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. I would like to excuse Mr. Millerberg tonight. And the first item on our agenda is to approve our agenda for tonight. Do I have a motion to do that?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda for tonight, February 20th, 2024.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. We will now be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Dina Kohler, principal from Corner Canyon High School. I'm like, where is she? I saw so many people today. Okay, great. Please come up.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. And now we would love to hear some highlights about your school.
Great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. President Schill, board members, Dr. Robbins, Leon, thank you so much for the opportunity. General public, you amazing people that make it all happen. Thank you for this opportunity. Corner Canyon, I don't know if you've heard of us, but we've got a lot going on. We are lucky enough to have 115 licensed employees at our school. We have 5 administrators, 99 teachers. 4 of them are Apple, and they are doing a fabulous job working through that program to become amazing teachers at our school. We have 9 full-time counseling staff, and then we have 2 mental health that support them, that are working hard to take care of the needs of our school. They are proactive in finding trends and looking to support our families and our community the best that they can. We have 37 ESP. We have 19 of them that are full-time, led by our head secretary, Kathy, which was instrumental in making my transition to Corner Canyon smooth and positive. We are lucky to have the ESPs that we have. We have 18 that are part-time that help students, support teachers, find pencils, staplers, everything that they need. We also have 10 custodial that we finally have a full-time custodial staff. And our lead custodial has done a phenomenal job as he had tried to put things together, fix things, learn his job, and support the team that he has. We have 14 sweepers that come from our community that are amazing and dedicated at getting every smudge, gum, anything they can find off the ground. We're lucky to have them. We have 10 nutritional workers who say hi to students, make them feel welcome, and also give me an apple sometimes when I walk by, which I find very, very lucky to have. Totally, we have 177 people that run Corner Canyon. That's a small city. And if I would have known how many managerial skills I was going to need as a new principal, I probably would have expanded my college education somewhat. At Corner Canyon, we have had in the last year 6 students become merit finalists. We have given 1,415 AP tests in the last year. 1,144 of those tests were passed by our students. We at Corner Canyon earned what is called the silver recognition on the 2023 AP School Honor Roll with 114 AP scholars, 66 AP scholars with honors, 117 AP scholars with distinction, and 1 AP international diploma. Academics is primary, and it is an important process at Corner Canyon. Our debate team, which was developed and has been developing in the last year, has received honors at different competitions throughout the state. And they are getting ready to go to a state competition, and they can argue pretty dang well. I've had them in my office ask for extra things and I'm like, yes, where do I sign? They do a great job. We have 44 clubs at Corner Canyon representing academics to ping pong. We even have, yes, the Taylor Swift Appreciation Club. So we can't let society pass us by. There's culture going on at our school too. As you know, our cheer program is very strong. They just came back from nationals. They won 4th in the country in their division after working very hard. We have a really strong community at Corner Canyon, and I really appreciate our SCC led by Krista, who is so strong, and our PSAT committee. They are just always in the school involved, asking what they can do. So I feel really lucky to have such a great community supporting our school. I don't know if you've heard, but we have a little bit of athletics that go on at our school. This year alone, our school has been able to win state in male golf, football, and cheer. And we're just beginning, as you know, things are going on. This is the first year that we've had a female wrestler take state individually, which is a great accomplishment. And then we've had two male wrestlers individually that took state this year also. So the blue light is going strong over at Corner Canyon. I want to take this opportunity to thank each one of you for my position, the opportunity that I have to serve in this great community. Teaching is a noble profession. It is underappreciated in many parts of our world and our culture right now. But I feel like it's an honor to work with these people who give their whole heart and soul to our young people. Everyone in our building makes sure to say hi, to be inclusive, and to set that example for the students that are in the building. When I walked into Corner, it was a machine. Anyone could have walked in and it would have worked because of those people that make it happen there. And I love being there and I'm grateful for the opportunity to do that. And I thank you for this time.
Okay, thank you so much. That was really fun to hear about Corner Canyon by the numbers. And we really do love Corner Canyon, and it is a great school. And thank you for your leadership there. Okay, the next item on our agenda is our Canyon Strong employee recognitions, and that will be presented by Jeff Haney, Director, and Kristen Stewart, Associate Director of Communications.
Thank you, President Schill, for allowing us time during board meeting to recognize faculty and staff who work hard every day to make us Canyon strong. The employees mentioned tonight will receive a letter of commendation from both the board and the superintendent. Now, the aim here is simple: to show the world how and why we are Canyons strong. Now, this is thanks to the smarts and the savvy and the professionalism of all the employees in the schools and the district offices of the Canyon School District. Every little bit helps contribute to the whole. No job is too small, and every positive action makes us stronger as a team. At an upcoming board meeting, we will be celebrating the recent achievements of our students. Mrs. Kohler identified a few of the Chargers who recently walked away with gold medals in wrestling. And you'll see here a picture of a Jordan High swimmer. It's Robert Barton, who walked away with 3 state titles at Saturday's 4A swim meet. And so far this year, get this, Canyons District athletes have won team and individual titles in boys golf, girls tennis, unified soccer, unified swimming, football, cheer, drill, boys and girls wrestling. And then we're headed into the season where we'll see if whether or not 5A and 6A swimmers capture those individual and team state trophies, as well as our girls and our boys basketball teams who start their February or March madness in the coming days. So we wish them much luck, and in the coming weeks, we'll be celebrating the Canyons District student athletes who have won state championships in recent days. But then we turn our attention to our Canyons Strong employees. Our first Canyon Strong honoree of the evening is Gina McKinney, a speech language pathologist at Silver Mesa Elementary School. Recently, we received word that one of these fantastic SLPs in the Canyon School District will receive this statewide award for her professionalism and her dedication to students. So congratulations to Gina, who next month will receive this award. It's the Utah Speech Language Hearing Association's School SLP of the Year. So Silver Mesa and Canyons District, we are very fortunate to have Ms. McKinney working as an SLP in the Canyon School District. Congratulations to her on this statewide honor. Our next honoree tonight is Leslie Allen from the Instructional Supports Department. We want to thank Leslie for her hard work to bring mad science to life in the Canyon School District. Now, earlier this month, if you came to the district office, when we had our science fair, you saw our aspiring and innovative scientists and engineers. They were packed into rooms with their colorful and informative displays with their science fair projects. And every year, our science fair is headed by the ISD department, but most notably Leslie Allen. She puts a lot of work into making sure the science fair runs smoothly and students have the opportunity to advance to additional competition and even college scholarships with their science fair projects. Now, this year, our science fair featured 72 projects from 12 Canyons District schools. They were amazing projects, and it couldn't be done without the hard work of the Canyon Strong employees, particularly Leslie, for heading up that project every single year. So thank you so much to all of the Canyon Strong employees who put together a science fair for our students to achieve. Congratulations also to Monica Rodermund. She is one of the Utah Jazz's most valuable educators. You can see here that the Brookwood elementary teacher was surprised in her classroom by the Utah Jazz Fair. The Utah Jazz and instructor go around the state and celebrate teachers who are nominated for the Most Valuable Educator Awards. The Utah Jazz Bear obviously was there to cheer with her students. Monica was once the Canyons District Teacher of the Year, so she was the head TOY. Now she's an MVE for the Utah Jazz. So congratulations to Monica for this. She received a $1,000 cash prize and will be treated like an MVP and a VIP at an upcoming jazz game. So we also are Canyon Strong. There we go. Because how we support students and employees who struggle with very hard emotions during difficult times. Now, the first full week of February was our National School Counseling Week, and while we did honor our counselors' good work then, we also want to express thanks to the counselors who face tough moments with kids and colleagues in the depth of grief. We want to thank the Alta High administration and counseling team and the Student Wellness Services Department led by Dr. McGill. They were the emotional backdrop for the Hawk community following a recent unexpected death of a student. They visited classrooms, they opened their offices, they spent time after hours at the home of the student's family. They even attended the services to lend a shoulder to cry on and hand to help the students who were hit hard during the funeral services. They were there, and they were the certain in an uncertain time. But it's also not just our counselors who are always on the watch for students who may need a little bit of help. We want to note the behind the scenes and caring actions of Jeremy Comstock. He's the AFM at Butler Elementary School. Now, Jeremy reached out to Student Wellness Services when he noticed one of his teenage sweepers, who was usually a vibrant and talkative kid, suddenly became very withdrawn, would only listen to his music, stopped talking to his friends, and stopped responding to a lot of the interaction with his peers, the other sweepers. He was worried about him. And so he took the time to reach out and ask for some help. His attention to the needs of one of the sweepers resulted in help that assisted the students, and our Student Wellness Services Department was able to contact parents and arrange for help for this particular student. And we know that that is not the job of one of our head custodians. but he felt it was his job to make sure that every student, including the sweepers, had his care and his attention, and he would rally the forces if one of his own needed that help. These are the reasons why we are Canyon Strong. It what makes us stand out from other places to work. It makes us stand out for who we are. So thank you, Mr. Comstock, for reaching out to get help for one of our students and one of your employees. We also want to encourage everybody to tune into CSD TV for the various activities that we will be broadcasting. From now until the end of the school year, it will be a sprint, and you can't be everywhere at once. And that's why we broadcast many of the activities and the events in the Canyon School District. Tonight, you can tune into the 17th Annual Concerto Night at Alta High School. So while we'll have that on our YouTube channel, a recording of that, if you can't listen to it tonight because you're here with us at board meeting. And then on Friday, a spelling bee. Those are so much fun. If you want to tune in, you can see our kids show the world how they can spell and read and do their best in front of all of their friends. President Schill, thank you for this time to present to the world how we are Canyon Strong. We turn the time back to
Okay, thank you so much. We have now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. The board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting, and she's sitting right over there, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications by noon of the day following the board meeting. Tonight, individuals will be given 3 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 5 minutes. And there'll be a little buzzer that buzzes over there. So if you can, once that goes off, if you can just wrap up your comments. Comments made during patron comment are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during patron comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personal issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstrations during patron comment time, as well as throughout the meeting. So we have several people that have signed up today. So I'm going to read 2 names at once. And so if the first person can come up and then the other person maybe just come up and sit in one of these chairs at the front, that would be great. Okay, the first person is Jen Archuleta, and then next will be Charisse Longhurst.
I am here this evening as a parent of a Canyon student, as an accommodated core curriculum K-1 classroom teacher, and as a member of the task force that was created to address the overwhelming need to increase planning time for teachers in Canyon School District. I am standing here today advocating for the increase in booster times as I see the benefit it will have for my own child, as well as the students in my classroom, in spite of the fact that an increase in booster times does not increase my planning time, but rather my workload. However, I stand here advocating for that because I see the benefit it will have for my own daughter as she's invited to explore her strengths in art and STEM, stretch outside of her comfort zone in music and playworks, as well as invited to jump into a book during library. I see the benefit it has for my students in my K-1 accommodated core curriculum classroom, as it increases their opportunity for inclusion with their grade level peers, as well as the wonderful opportunity they have to participate in various learning environments from various learning instructors. I see this as an opportunity for my colleagues who are overwhelmed, who are burning out at a rapid rate, who are in need of relief. So I stand here advocating for this. I ask that you also consider additional supports that were put forward by the committee to find us time when students are not in the building. Because as elementary teachers, we are always on call, whether they are at lunch, at recess, in boosters. When a need arises, we jump. We jump to soothe the big feelings, to reiterate the expectation, to calm the big fears, and to be the constant and consistent for the students. That is who we are all here for. Advocating for a healthier teacher, advocating for that planning time is going to advocate for those needs of all students, my own, those I teach, those that are in my neighborhood, everybody. And I thank you very, very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Charisse, and she is signed up to speak for our group. And then next, we will have Kathy Collins.
Good evening. My name is Charisse Longhurst. I'm the Beverly Taylor Sorensen Music Specialist at Ridgecrest Elementary, and I am speaking in behalf of myself and the other BTS music teachers in the district. I and we want to voice our very, very strong support for the planning time proposal for elementary teachers, but I also have some concerns about how it might be implemented. To give you just a little of my background, I've been part of the Ridgecrest community for 18 years, ever since my family moved to Utah in 2006 and my own children began attending Ridgecrest. I've been teaching in the Brain Booster program since the very first year when it began in 2015. I have 5 levels of certifications in 2 different music education methodologies on top of my degree that I got in music education. I just completed a master's degree in teaching fine arts, all to help me be a better and more effective teacher. And actually earlier this month, I was named the Utah Outstanding Elementary Music Educator of the Year by the Utah Music Educators Association. Thank you. And by the way, thank you, all of you, for the lovely letter of recognition that you sent me for that award. That felt really nice. Thank you. I'm just telling you some of my background to just say I'm just one example of the highly qualified licensed BTS arts teachers in Canyons District. We are a formidable group. I don't know how many of us you've met, but we're pretty awesome. Many of us have advanced degrees. Many of us have been grade level classroom teachers. And so we really deeply understand how to integrate arts content with other academic content. Many of us teach in communities where we live and at schools that our own children have attended. All of us are passionate, dedicated, and skilled arts teachers. We are exactly who you want in a classroom teaching students. So as I said, I have been strongly in favor of the proposal to give elementary teachers more planning time ever since I heard about it a few months ago. However, I was stunned and a little disappointed to hear just a few days ago that under the proposal, you are considering an option of giving the BTS teachers less time with students, not more, which, as I understand it, would be having most of us teach every other week and hiring instructional technicians to teach on the weeks where we're not teaching. This feels like a move in the wrong direction. To me, it feels like stepping over dollars to save pennies, diluting the invaluable expertise and experience licensed BTS teachers bring to our instruction by actually having us spend less time in a formal classroom setting each week. The proposal under consideration, at least this aspect of it, devalues our professionalism and our training. Why would you offer the very much needed support of more planning time to one set of licensed teachers, the grade level classroom teachers, and at the same time, reduce the amount of instruction time of another set of licensed teachers, the BTS arts specialists who teach every single student in a school? I know we all want what's best for students, and reducing instructional time with highly qualified licensed arts educators is not what's best. Please reconsider this action. I know you face fiscal realities and limited resources, and you have to make hard decisions. I know saying yes to anything means saying no to something else, but please, please say yes to giving BTS teachers more instructional time with students and not less. I do want to thank you on the board and the task force for the countless hours that you have put into coming up with this proposal. I know we're all on the same page here. We want what's best with students. And so I am crossing my fingers that we can find a solution to this and do what is truly best for students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now Kathy Collins, and the next will be Elena Seal. And also, if I ever say anyone's name wrong, please correct me when you're up here.
That was a hard act to follow. I'm Kathy Collins. I'm a library tech at Canyon View Elementary School. I'm here to talk about myself, but I'm also here to support the brain boosters as a whole and also to advocate for ourselves. I'm here again to discuss an issue that has been going on since May of 2022. I submitted a letter to HR on May 23rd about lane advancement and was told, quote unquote, "Thank you for your years of service supporting the kids. The change to the instructional media technician position sets a minimum requirement to move to lane 4 as having a bachelor's degree from an accredited university or college. There is no exception to this minimum requirement." I was also told that this was a school board decision, not an HR decision. So I submitted a letter to the school board, on December 6, 2022, and it was never acknowledged by the board. When I applied for my job in 1999 as a media library technician, a bachelor's degree was not required. I was never informed over my years of employment that having a degree was essential for my lane advancement and salary increase. I have 25 years of media library experience in the same school, in the same library. My years of experience and my performance reviews have always met or exceeded expectations from my supervisors. This should hold merit, and I should not be discriminated against because I don't have a degree. And there are many of the booster people who don't have a degree that have been in their jobs for many, many years, and some since boosters started. My years of work experience should count towards a degree, and someone coming out of school with a bachelor's degree with no experience should not be able to make more money than me. Experience needs to count for something. Why would you not want to retain talent and experience in your district? I thank you for listening to me again. And I do support that the teachers need more planning time. I just hope that we as boosters I do support the teachers getting more planning time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alina, and then Samantha Madid. Madid. You're gonna have to tell me how to say it.
Hi there, my name is Elena Seal, and I am the librarian at Lone Peak Elementary. I have worked at Lone Peak for 19 years, 12 years as instructional intervention, and 7 as the librarian IT. I know the job, I know the aid job, and the brain boosters jobs are totally different. I spoke 2 years ago about another lane opening up for us that have completed all of our lanes and steps. You listened, but you gave only the people that had degrees another lane. Those of us that are doing the same work got no raise and no lane. I have not had a raise in 4 years, and my workload keeps increasing. Next year, I'm asked to take on more instructional teaching classes, approximately 21 hours of teaching in a 28-hour work week. That leaves me no time for lesson planning or library work. Your solution is to hire another librarian IT instead of more hours or pay or benefits for me. I am coming before you today to plead with you to open another lane for us that have put in the time, the work, and the years. I love my job. I love my school. I love the kids. This is why I have not gone anywhere else. If there's not another lane opened, I will be forced to give my notice in May. The amount of work that we are doing with no incentives is not sustainable. I'm already overworked. underpaid, and now I'm being asked to take on even more at the same pay. When a sub that I leave a sub plan for gets more than it's simply not right. You have acknowledged that the Brain Boosters is a value resource for the kids, teachers, and schools, so it only seems fair and right to acknowledge another lane for the Brain Booster ITs. I fear there is many more librarians that are in the same situation as me, and you'll have a big turnover in the librarians if a fourth lane is not opened up. I want to feel like a valued 20-year employee for Canyon School District with goals to reach and fair pay to compensate all that is expected of me. Thank you for listening to my concerns tonight, and I hope this new plan for Brain Boosters 2.0 works out for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha, and then Carrie Obashan.
My name is Samantha Mate, and I'm a fifth grade teacher at Quail Hollow Elementary. Outside of the classroom, I coach a fifth and sixth grade lacrosse team, and I lead the Girls on the Run program at my school. I'm involved in the Canyons Education Association as a member of the executive board. For the entirety of this school year, I've watched teachers, principals, Brain Booster technicians, and ISC staff work tirelessly on the elementary task force proposal. They have my full support and utmost respect for the dedication of time and energy put into this much-needed change. I've been a teacher for 5 years, 2 of which were out of state. When I moved to Utah and joined the Canyon School District, I was excited to teach in the best district in the area. I was hit with the harsh reality my first year, given the inadequate amount of resources and preparation time needed to be successful. In Illinois, I was provided protected planning time for 1 hour a day, and I can honestly say I taught higher quality lessons because of it. It is a miracle that I'm still teaching 2.5 years later because, quite frankly, my job is impossible. I know that I'm not alone in this feeling that my plate is too full and things are continually being added to it, to the point where something must give. New teachers, out-of-state teachers, and veteran teachers are all feeling the same, especially at the elementary level. We feel that we are not doing enough and simply cannot balance it all. I hate to see that my colleagues feel like this. Elementary teachers have been asked to take on a new literacy program, complete letters training, attend 504 and IEP meetings for over 25% of the students in their class, provide mental health support, attend committee meetings, provide behavior interventions, advocate for our students, communicate with over 30 parents, assess students, analyze data, reflect on lessons, volunteer in the community, and try to find time to attend additional trainings to become better teachers for our students. I think I only touched the tip of the iceberg with that brief list of responsibilities. As you can see, elementary teachers are always going 100 miles per hour and need a minute to catch our breath. I understand that in the proposal, there is a suggestion of placing assistant principals in every elementary school. I would highly encourage the school board to look into this proposal beginning next school year, especially in special unit schools. My school has 2 ABS classrooms, which are self-contained behavior units. My principals, teachers, and staff allow magic to happen in that classroom. My principal is a superhero and he is doing 2 people's job at once. He is spending on average 3 hours a day assisting in this ABS classroom, whether that is contacting parents, attending meetings, observing, or helping mitigate behaviors. On top of our ABS classroom, our principal attends over 100 IEP meetings every year. Having an assistant principal would benefit all students and staff members in our building. We all have the same desired outcome, providing a supportive, safe, and positive learning environment. The approval of the elementary task force proposal would guarantee that we are keeping our best teachers in Canyons and not losing them to other districts. If we want to be able to claim that CSD is the place to be, approving this proposal is one step in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. Now, Carrie Obashan. I was pretty close.
You're
Anyway,
very
then Rebecca Allen is next.
I just want to start by saying thank you. The decisions that you guys make affect us as educators, but also our students and our children. When I first moved here, I was a single mom of a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old from out of state. And I got a job offer at Willow Springs Elementary. I came down to HR to sign my hiring papers and they told me I had no planning time. I remember thinking, I don't know how this is going to work, but I was desperate. I knew I didn't want to live with my mother. So I signed the papers and I thought, if it's just horrible, I'll leave my district and I'll go somewhere else. And I never left. I had an amazing achievement coach, Cindy Wagstaff,
She took me under her wing and I thrived. My kids have all thrived in every school they've attended in Canyons. They've gone to Willow Springs, they've gone to Draper Park. They're now going to Corner Canyon, and I wouldn't change anything about that. Willow Springs became my family. And this year I was gifted with an amazing, incredibly talented student teacher. She came to me with years of teaching assistant and experience, and she didn't need any guidance really. So I was gifted unexpectedly this gift of time. And in that time, I was able to look at my Wonders curriculum deeply and do a deep dive of it, see what standards it taught, and then align all of my social studies and science standards to it so that it flowed beautifully. I was able to create a pseudo 95% lesson for one of the standards that 95 does not cover. I don't know what I'm going to do with the other one, but I have one. I was able to create practice lessons for the skill-based time that I have with my kids. It aligns with 95% so that they have something that can reflect back on 95% and use. I was able to look at Wonders and see what topics it had and make some informative writing topics for them and some scaffolds for them. And I taught myself the BFF kit, the Building Fact Fluency Kit. I figured out how to implement that and use it in my classroom. And we need time. We need time to fill the gaps and to get organized. And our time together now that I've had this wonderful gift of time is so much more efficient and systematic. I am not stressed. I know when I walk in what I'm going to do, when I'm going to do it. And I know when my kids walk out of my door going to second grade, I have taught all of the standards. I know that because I've had the time to look at what I'm teaching and to thoroughly get myself immersed in it. And we are much more effective than I was last year when I had no idea what I was doing. So thank you for your time again and have a good night.
Thank you. So now we have Rebecca Allen and then Tracy Stacy.
Want me to go first? All right. My son Devin Allen's also going to speak after me, just so you're aware. They told us not to sign up twice. All right. Thank you so much for allowing us to have this time tonight. My name's Rebecca Allen. I am currently, wow. Sorry, this is hard. I am currently a 6th grade science teacher at Albion Middle School. I did this already. Sorry, Rick. For the past 8 years, I have taught 3rd grade at Bella Vista Elementary School. I know firsthand how tough teaching at the elementary level can be. Shoot, I'm on paragraph 1. I know the dedication that each of our teachers are providing and giving to their students at the elementary level. In elementary schools, teachers in the Canyons District are planning upwards, if not more, 6 different lessons each day for a total of at least 30 different lessons a week. This current system does not give our elementary teachers time to adequately prepare for their students. This inequity is unsustainable. The expectations, rigor, and curriculum are not things. We can't just whip them up like a cake, okay? We can't just follow the instructional guide and expect our students to succeed. Crafting our lessons to accommodate all of our students takes time, and this current system does not give all of our teachers a fair chance. This paragraph's gonna suck. Okay, when I was teaching elementary, I would spend an additional 2 to 3 hours every day before and or after school. This came as a detriment to me and my family. This left me mentally drained, not as helpful as a mother, a wife, or a friend. It meant less time to make dinners. It meant less time to play Legos. It was less time to run around outside with my children. It gave me less time to do the things I love and to spend the times with my friends and my family. I reached a breaking point last year. I was either going to leave this profession that I love, I've been doing for 13 years, or I was going to try my hand at the secondary level, because according to friends I have, the secondary level is manageable. So when my option arose and a science position opened up, I applied with trepidation. I was not sure that I would feel the same level of happiness teaching at a secondary level and leaving my elementary home. But I'm so glad I made the change. You see, I have the best educators, the best colleagues, fabulous administration, great students, great families, and I teach the subject I absolutely love. But you see, the injustices are now very glaring to me. Comparing an elementary to secondary is appalling. Teachers in secondary have time to plan. I have an hour every day. I teach one lesson 5 times, and that means I only teach it over and over. Sorry. I want to make sure that my lessons are better, but this time gives me the available time to grade my students' work, respond to families, dive deeper into data. I could never do that as an elementary teacher. While I believe that adding more brain boosters is just the start to help our elementary teachers, I know it's a step in the right direction. I urge you to support our elementary schools so that they could be more equitable, more sustainable, and develop stronger, more well-balanced students for our future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Devin Allen. I'm a third grader at Bella Vista Elementary School. I came tonight to share my support in increasing brain boosters. And what I wanted to tell you, I think I'm having more important. Number 1, I believe brain boosters can help students and brains focus better. This time gives our brains a break each day from hard lessons and allows us to learn more music, art, dance, or even more new technology. Brain boosters help our feelings, learn teamwork, and give us a chance to grow in ways we might not otherwise have experiences in. PE is a great way to also get us filled, and my coach Samson is kind, doesn't yell at us. I would love having more time in this class. The arts can help us learning more visual, making us stutter concepts easier to understand. They can also help share thinking and express ourselves better. My teacher, Mrs. Delaney, is great because she gives us lots of cool art projects. And more time in art would be awesome. Brain boosters help to make our school a fun place to be. They help us get back on track and can help us focus in our regular class. Lastly, brain boosters give us teachers more time to get planning in. They can use this time to come up with new ideas and better lessons that are fun and for us, and we can help us grow. Thank you for your time today. I hope that you vote in favor of increasing brain boosters for elementary students, Grandin School District.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Now we have Tracy Stacy, and she is going to be speaking for a group. And then next we will have Charlotte Arnold.
Good evening. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of elementary principals. And first of all, I know that the rule is that you never follow a child in performance. So forgive me. First and foremost, I'd like to take time to thank you for examining the inequities in planning time for our elementary teachers. The proposal put forth is a great start to addressing the needs of our teachers. The impact that quality planning and collaboration time has on our students is crucial. When teachers have time to thoughtfully plan and collaborate with their colleagues, students benefit through richer and more engaging lessons which meet their needs. As a teacher, I have had the honor of working in 2 different states, Utah and Colorado. When I first moved from Colorado to Utah, I was astonished at the lack of planning time teachers had. In my previous school, my students had 6 specials: music, art, PE, technology. I'm quiet. Library, counseling, and Spanish. During these specials, our students were meaningfully engaged in lessons taught by certified teachers, while their classroom teachers had time to collaborate and plan. Upon arrival in Utah, my students had PE and art. I planned every night until 5:30 and on Saturdays. This lifestyle is not sustainable. Our teachers are currently faced with much of the same. In fact, tonight you have an educator here grading papers. It's 7:48. Under the new proposal, teachers will gain planning time, and we can begin to address quality planning that both our students and teachers deserve. We can also begin to help teachers with work-life balance and perhaps reduce attrition in the profession. It is important to keep in mind that this is only the beginning. Rather than looking at our increased brain boosters as a net loss for students, we need to see it as a net gain. Imagine a world where a student learns about a concept in class, such as animal habitats. The student then goes to theater and learns about writing a scene and how scenes require a goal, a problem, and a solution. When the student goes to art, they design animals showing adaptations and habitats where the animals live. Finally, students go to STEM and create stop motion scripts for their animals and in the habitats they created to show how the animal will survive in their habitat. This is a net gain. Reinforcing skills through multiple art forms. It's meaningful and powerful. It's what our students deserve. It's not just a possibility, but a reality. It's something I've seen at my own school. How do we make this a reality at every school? First, we give teachers the time they need to plan and collaborate high quality lessons. The proposal coming to the board does start to address this. Imagine the impact if our BTSA teachers were funded at a level that allowed them to be housed at one school with increased hours, and they could plan with our teachers. Imagine the impact if booster technicians, BTSA, and teachers had time together to plan to meet all students' needs. Again, we're very grateful to you for taking our teachers into consideration. We're grateful that you are considering planning time and seeing its importance to high quality instruction. We are grateful that our students might be able to experience more enrichment during the school week. The benefits to our students will be astronomical. The student benefit is, after all, why we're all here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll have Charlotte Arnold and then Cassie Walker.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Arnold. I teach theater arts at Lone Peak Elementary. I want to first thank the task force. I literally want to look them in the eye and say thank you. They are intelligent. They have put an immense amount of work and effort into this plan, and I fully support it. I want to thank the board for your concern. As you may know, I have watched this closely and I have felt your care and seen your understanding of how brain boosters feel and what we're looking for. So I really genuinely thank you for that. I want to start out by speaking about some of the responsibilities that teachers have. They are responsible to write and prepare high quality lesson plans, differentiate individual student learning, perform pre and formative assessments, create a positive classroom environment, address social and emotional needs for every student, and keep students safe during drills and real emergencies, just to name a few. The list I just shared is not exclusive to classroom teachers. These are just some of the responsibilities that brain booster teachers face as well. Now let me share with you the responsibilities of a substitute teacher. Show up on time, follow a pre-written lesson plan, keep students safe during drills and real emergencies, work when you want and where you want. That's not a responsibility, that's just an advantage, just saying. It is clear that the responsibilities of a substitute do not equal or even approach the responsibilities of a brain booster teacher. And yet, a substitute can get paid $125 a day for an emergency sub, a regular sub makes $150 a day, and a sub with a teaching license makes $180 a day. Right now, as of today, there are 6 brain booster openings in Canyon schools, and the starting pay is between $16.50 and $19.97 an hour. At the $19.97 rate, that only comes out to $126.66 per day. My point is, as a teaching specialist, what is the incentive to stay in a position that is so much more responsibility when I could be a substitute and make more? Increase in the brain booster schedule is not just an increase in time, it's an increase in all of the responsibilities that I named earlier. There needs to be an equal increase in monetary compensation for all brain boosters teachers if this plan is approved. Please do your best to find a way to validate these dedicated professionals with a much deserved pay raise. Thank you again.
Okay, thank you. Now we have Cassie Walker and then Andrea Luker.
Good evening. My name is Cassie Walker, and I am the BTS art teacher at Lone Peak Elementary. I also would like to start by thanking the elementary task force. I have seen and talked to them personally, and have kind of been a witness along this journey of what they have done to go through iteration after iteration. They come to the board, you give them feedback, they go and do their due diligence. It's been really impressive to watch. It's such a hard thing. Every time they stand up here, I'm so impressed. And I want the board to know that I fully support the work that they're doing and in giving teachers the increase in planning time that they so desperately need. I was grateful, or I am grateful, to be part of that plan. I want to help give teachers this time. I was also not so secretly excited about being able to see students more, understanding that our school has a larger population and that we would be given more hours for brain boosters a week. That was exciting until I read the proposal. And in the proposal, every single IT at my school got an increase in hours except for me. So in the plan, I would be still at a 20-hour position, averaged over the month. So in the plan at bigger schools, BTS teachers will, by comparison, see students less than all of their IT counterparts if they work at a large school. And this applies to about 72% of the elementary schools that will be affected, meaning in comparison to ITs, their BTS teacher will receive less time. So in our district, where we're not just worried about teacher attrition, but also student attrition. And I know we have such great test scores and so many things to be proud of in Canyon School District. So students are clearly leaving for other reasons. And my guess is that they're looking for experiences that strengthen the whole child. But when you decrease overall the amount of time students have in front of highly qualified professional learning arts learning teachers, it seems like you're going a step in the wrong direction. It's not the right strategy. Saving money in that regard is not going to help pay dividends for your investment that you're looking to make for students in our district. I know that there's an option for principals to fund these things of their own to kind of subsidize and make up that difference. But if past behaviors are an indication of future behaviors, most principals in our district for elementary schools are in a financial tight spot as well. And most of them will not and have not in the past, and so will be unlikely to make that investment in a BTS teacher, kind of making up that difference on their own. So it's something that needs to come from the district. Thank you guys for your time and for all of your consideration for us. We have felt seen and heard, and we are so grateful for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Andrea Luker and then Andy Marcus.
Okay. I am a brain booster teacher at East Sandy Elementary School. I am the BTS specialist there. I teach visual arts and I love my job. I have been so excited about the idea of seating my students every week. I can teach more skills, I can integrate, I can do so much more. And now I'm realizing that may or may not be what happens. And I've got to say, I have a great team. Our STEM teacher has a master's in geology. She teaches real science in those classes. We've got amazing librarians that are engaging our kids. We've got wonderful, beautiful things happening, and we feel supported by our school. I want to say that. But last Thursday, we just found out that we're a little school, we're going to get 16 hours each. We're losing time. But we are still teaching 17 classes on top of, and in 6 grades that on, and our STEM teacher stayed up last night doing some math for us. So 17 classes, just the teaching time is 12 hours and 45 minutes. Then we have our promised 10-minute transition time in there. So now we're up to 14 hours and 45 minutes. If we teach 4 hours, 4 days, we get 10-minute bathroom break. Now I am down to 35 minutes of prep time. That's about 6 minutes a grade. I cannot go in and teach integrated, thoroughly wonderful lessons on 6 minutes a week. I love this job. I want to keep doing this job, but chopping hours just because I have fewer students in my school is not going to be a great answer for being able to come in, because I want to be able to keep doing this job. I want someone to be able to keep doing this job. But like, we need to make sure we're looking at what's real life and not just pull in groups. The other option is to have 40 second graders in my class, or potentially, depending on what next year looks like, 40 kindergartners in my class. That is also irrational. I just want to let you know that we got to be careful about how we group things, because you have people who want to do their job and they want to teach amazing classes and make sure our students have good educational opportunities in their classrooms, and our teachers need their planning time. Nobody is debating that, but so do your brain booster teachers, because we are trying hard to teach our students also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll have Andy Marcus, and he is speaking for a group.
Okay, yeah, we're working. Okay, so, hey, everybody, I'm Andy Marcus, president of CESPA. It's the ESP Association. First of all, I just want to make it very clear, we met with the, I guess you guys would be the task force, and had a really good conversation about this whole proposal. So with that being said, we as an association 100% back this. I think it'll be a good thing. There are some major concerns we have for our ESP family though, which is number one, our brain boosters are already overworked and they're highly, highly underpaid. If you look at the data, not national, but here in the state, we're looking at a modest living, you need $47,000 as a single person. That's no children, anything. And most of our ESPs, I'd say 3/4 of them make less than $20,000 a year. And I think that is very shameful that we have professionals in our buildings. And yes, I am saying professionals. They are with the teachers. I worked in an elementary for 10 years. I've seen what they do on a day in, day out, and they are professionals. I don't think there's a single person in our school district that is not a professional in any capacity. So with that being said, I think teachers need the plan time. They really do. Again, as in an elementary, and it is pitiful, and I will echo Rebecca. I worked with her at Bella Vista, and she was there every morning before anybody else, and she was one of the last ones to leave. So I know our elementary teachers are spending a lot of time in these buildings, doing stuff on their own time. So the planning time is necessary, but we need to take into account the effect we're going to have on our ESPs. In general, it seems to be everything kind of gets pushed onto ESPs, and whether that's really the reality or perception, that is the perception, and perception is reality for people. So with that, it's not very, in my opinion, it's not fair to say, we're just going to give you more hours and you guys got to deal with it. We got to come up with something different. $15, $16 an hour is not a livable wage by any means. We all spend the same amount at grocery stores as we do. We have paras that are making lane 2, lane 3. And I have a special needs student or child, and I'm telling you now what our paras do for our students and what the paras do for my child. I think it is very, very, I'm going to use my words wisely, but I think it's pitiful what our paras are paid. They are heavily underpaid when it comes to what their job is. They're changing diapers, doing feeding tubes. They're basically a nurse for a lot of our children. And whether a lot of people agree with me or not, every single one of our employees are educators in one way or another. I know I'm in custodial, and a lot of people do not consider custodians an educator, but I will argue that all day long. And I encourage you guys to seriously look at the disparity that we have within our employees when 3/4 of our ESPs legitimately are making less than $20,000 a year. And the term hobby jobs are thrown out a lot, and we hear that in the schools a lot. It's a hobby job. Here to tell you, we just heard how many people say they work 20 plus years. That is not a hobby. When you do a job for 20 some odd years, I'm telling you now, that's not a hobby. We probably, as a board and as a district, I think we should look at what we're dealing with here. We have substitutes making more than our employees, and I don't think that's right. I mean, we have employees that work for this district. They give their life, their every bit of free time they can to help out in these buildings, and we see it every day.
And I think we need to do something for them. We should not have people signing up saying, yeah, I'll come fill in for a day or more, making more than our own employees. I don't agree with that at all. Not trying to be offensive or anything, but that is how I feel. And I hope you guys recognize what I'm trying to say, because you all know this is by far the best speech I've given with you guys. I do get a little nervous in front of everybody, especially with the cameras, but with that being said, I truly hope you guys take what we're saying into thought and move on from there. Leon, we talk with you a lot. We got a meeting with you tomorrow. I'm sure we're going to be talking about this as well, but it is something that we need to look at. I mean, we have recess aides and that making $16,000 a year. And those of you that are in elementaries, we rely on those people at recess a lot because that's when our teachers do the very little time they have to prep. So that's all I got. Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, now we'll go on to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent agenda. So I will now ask for a motion and please read each item individually.
I'll make that motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve today's consent agenda, which includes item A, approval of minutes for February 6th, 2024. Item B, approval of minutes for February 13th, 2024. Item C, approval of hire and termination reports. Item D, approval of purchasing bids. Item E, approval of student overnight travel. Item F, approval of January financial reports. Item G, approval of reduction in contract for extended learning facilitators. And item H, approval of administrative appointments.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, the next item on our agenda is new business, and we'll start with item A, which is the Elementary Planning Time Task Force proposal. This is third reading possible action, and it will be presented by Alice Meredith, Director of Elementary Schools, and Sally Sampson, Director of Elementary Schools.
And we also have Dr. Amber Roderick
Dr.
Landward
Amber
here to help
Roderick,
with us as well.
Who is Director of Instructional Support.
Yes. So President Schill, board members, thank you so much for the opportunity to come back and give a third reading on behalf of the Elementary Planning Time Task Force. I think we're just going to dive right in and there we go. So this slide in a nutshell is why we are all here today. We've been given the enormous task of educating our students and making sure that they are prepared to be successful in whatever endeavors they choose in their life. In order to make that happen, however, we must get the conditions right for learning. Getting the conditions right for learning takes great amounts of time, preparation, and work on the part of our educators. Teachers cannot just show up to work and hope for the best. They must invest in the learning process. We also want to acknowledge that there are many players in our school, and they all contribute to the success of our students. Our front office staff, our brain boosters, our school psychs, nurses, principals, custodians, lunch workers, aides and paras, and so many more adults, including our volunteers, all play a very integral part in the success of a school and the student's success and happiness. And as we're speaking of happiness and job satisfaction, it's important to note that happy, confident, and successful educators will lead to happy, confident, and successful students. And a little bit later in this presentation, we're going to be sharing some feedback that we got. And I think you heard a lot of feedback tonight from a lot of individuals here. But there was one particular quote that a teacher provided us in the teacher feedback survey that I really thought was pointed
And it was directly discussing the outcome of more planning time to the success of the students. And this is the quote that was used. This extra planning time is so much more than just for teachers. It is ultimately better for students. This is what is needed in order for students to continue to get the high quality instruction that we've become accustomed to in our district. So before we move forward into looking how teachers can more thoroughly prepare for their time with students, we wanted to acknowledge the different options that were brought to the table by our task force. And in our last meeting, we were really asked to focus our attention on daily planning time, Monday through Thursday. And just as a refresher and reminder for everyone, that particular part of our proposal will increase the time in our school day by 10 minutes. And again, this is just Monday through Thursdays. Fridays will not be impacted under this daily planning time proposal. So we did look at extended planning blocks that would have happened on a Friday. We've also looked at assistant principals and admin interns, and we've been asked to move that out of this particular reading. So we just wanted to acknowledge that that hasn't been completely taken off the table, but it's certainly not something that we wanted to clump into this particular proposal. And then lastly, that the IEP block schedule, the board just felt that that was something that could be determined at a school level based on school needs. So we won't be looking at that portion of the original proposal today. So some of the things that our board did ask us to bring back, and we have those for you this evening. Amber is going to dig into the SMART goals that we have set as a district. And just as a reminder to everyone, a SMART goal is a very specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely goal. She's also going to look at sample student schedule. All of our schools are so unique. I will be honest, we had a very hard time pinning down a real specific example, but I think we did a good job. And I think that Amber's going to expand upon the differences in schools based on size. We're also going to present a sample brain booster staff schedule. Again, all of our schools are so unique. What we show you tonight is certainly not going to be something that is going to be recreated exactly as we show it tonight in all of our schools. And then Sally's going to spend some time on our stakeholder feedback, looking at teachers, brain boosters, the SEC members, and then our principals also talk to other staff members in the schools that would be impacted. We will also finish up with looking at the estimated costs and really then just go back and thoroughly explain the proposal that we have on the table. So with that, I am going to turn the time over to Amber, and she's going to talk to us about some SMART goals.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you again for the opportunity to be here tonight talking about elementary schools. It's been really reinvigorating to be talking so much about what our elementary schools are doing and what their needs are, and to bring some of those needs here over the last couple of months. So in our first reading, when we presented all of the different investment options that you had, one of the board members mentioned that they wanted to know what we could expect from this proposal. And I believe it was said that the best predictor of future success is past success. So I wanted to just reassure the board the incredible work of all of our elementary schools and what has been done since brain boosters were introduced and the planning time that the teachers currently have, which, as you've heard, is not enough, what we have done with that planning time since it was put in place in 2015. So if you recall, some of you were on the board, some of you were patrons, possibly tuning into these fantastic events on Tuesday nights. You heard another task force talk about planning time in 2014, and they proposed the schedule that we have been implementing for the last 8 years. You'll notice that dotted line marks the
delineation from when the task force and the board approved the current schedule to that first year of implementation, which was heading into that 2015 year. And you can see the data that our students were able to achieve with our teachers having even a little bit more planning time, which is what they have now, and those trends over the last handful of years. This is our 3rd and 5th grade English language arts. And then you see here those same years and the trends in math for 3rd and 5th grade. So I feel very confident in saying that our elementary teachers are very good at rising to every occasion, to rising to every challenge and initiative and ask that we put on them. You heard what that has done to them personally in terms of the time that they spend. And so I'm really hoping that you will take this trend of achievement over the past 8 years since we've had this model in place and recognize that these trends will only continue to go up. More specifically, if I can get this to move forward, we do have a number of SMART goals that we are planning to use this investment strategy as a strategy to be able to realize those goals over the next couple of years. So in the last board meeting, Dr. Hal Sanderson presented some specific board goals, which were outlined in the slides in his presentation to increase our 5th grade students' outcomes and proficiencies by 5% in ELA, math, and science. There wasn't a year specified in those particular goals, but I wanted to note the goals that are currently already approved or chosen by the board. We also have our state early learning goals that are listed, and they're in a supplemental document that was posted on board docs. So those SMART goals specify specific targets for early learning in literacy and math. They target specific pathways of progress for all of our students, kindergarten through 3rd grade, as well as some district-specific goals that you approve annually in August. And then an additional document was also posted to board docs and is linked through this slide as well. And that shows the 28 SMART goals. There's actually more than 28 SMART goals, but the 28 schools each have a number of SMART goals, often in literacy, math, as well as some climate goals that outline the SMART criteria that Alice mentioned early. And so just wanted to again highlight that at this point we are up to hundreds of SMART goals that we are excited to continue to strive for with this additional planning time. And then we've talked a lot over the last couple of readings about goals that may or may not be measurable in the SMART format, but that we believe will impact all of our staff and then ultimately our students. And that is the increased teacher retention that we anticipate. We shared with you in our first reading that our teacher retention has declined over the last couple of years, and their reasons for leaving have also shifted in the last 3 years specifically. We are also anticipating an increase in our teacher job satisfaction. You collect data annually on our teachers and how satisfied they are in our job. And we have heard for the last couple of years their pleas for additional planning time and support for them to be able to accomplish all that is being asked of them. In those comments, we also anticipate an increase in teacher morale with this proposal. We expect an impact in increased brain booster staff retention because of the opportunities that we will have to support their individual needs with the additional hours in most of our schools, as well as the increased brain booster staff satisfaction, increased brain booster staff morale, because again, the additional hours in many of our schools will allow for additional staff to be able to share that workload that you've heard in many of the comments and feedback that we have shared with you. And then finally, what we really hope to achieve with this proposal is an increased work-life balance for all of our staff. As Alice mentioned, one of the things that we wanted to share with you tonight and that was asked of us in the last reading was to talk through what the sample schedules could look like. And in order to do that, we felt like it was important to understand all that goes into a master schedule at the elementary level. So what you see here are the Requirements, some of them are state requirements in terms of blocks of time for content areas. Others are district recommendations based on state recommendations and research around what makes the most sense for supporting students in a given content area. So you see that there are blocks of time organized for life skills, our literacy block, our math block, the brain booster block, which is being proposed to shift to 45 minutes. The oral language block in kindergarten is the only unique piece in kindergarten as compared to 1st through 5th grades. And then our time for science and social studies, which alternates in sequence over the course of the school year because the standards are less in those areas than in literacy and in math. And then you see the flex time that schools have. Flex time is probably the wrong word, but 60 minutes to really be able to then think about where you can squeeze in recesses, the transitions from those content areas, and lunch. So this is a giant puzzle that our principals have the honor of building every year. It involves not just all of the teaching staff, but all of the intervention assistants, all of our brain booster staff, what they're doing for lunch, recess, all of the components within a school day. So it's a big jigsaw to put together, and doing that for every grade requires a lot of incredible planning, logistics, and collaboration with the grade levels and all of the staff. So these are all the components that our principals are trying to organize as they build the schedule. The way that shakes out for our students, granted, there's some variability by grade, but this is just a snapshot of how the student might experience all of those components in a given week. So you can see when the students arrive, they have time with their teacher to work through announcements and morning meeting, which is really the start of our life skills. And then they go into a block of instruction. You can see how this could be any number of our grades. Again, the blocks of time are mostly the same 1st through 5th grade. So you can see in this sample student experience, they are enjoying math at the beginning of the day before they move into their brain boosters that they now get to enjoy Monday through Thursday for that block of time. And you can see how it would play out over the course of the week, having the brain boosters every day, Monday through Thursday, and then that would repeat ongoing through the week. From brain boosters, they will go to recess, and that's where you see that our teachers will get that full hour of planning time. In this particular example, the students come back and work more in math, likely in small groups, before they transition to their science or social studies content. And then they head into lunch, and then they round out their day with that larger English language arts block before they wrap up and are dismissed. Now, again, there's variance because not everybody can go to lunch at the same time or recess at the same time or access their intervention assistance or small group support for ELA and math. And then, of course, brain booster. So then when you look at what that means for our brain booster staff, again, this is a snapshot of what it would look like for a number of our brain booster staff. And this will vary somewhat by school, but a lot of that is going to be in who and how this particular schedule is staffed based on the number of teachers and students that they have in their building. Not only will it be determined by the number of teachers and students that they have in their building, but also the availability of their particular brain booster staff. So this schedule may be shared by 2 brain booster ITs in STEM, for example, or a BTS teacher and a arts IT in alternating weeks. Also, one of the unique differences for our small schools would be that instead of having 1 grade per block of time, they will likely have 2 grades at the same time. So you might have kindergarten and 1st grade attending brain booster during the same block of time, and so on, given the number of teachers and again, students that they have in a school. But this represents a basic overview and illustration of what a brain booster schedule could look like. So you'll see in this particular example, the school day is from 8:45 to 3:30, but this particular brain booster schedule has the staff working from 8:45 to 3:45. You can see there that the brain booster classes are 45 minutes, that there's 10 minutes in between for transition.
and then they have an hour of prep at the end of the day. This part may also be variable, again, depending on the school and how they schedule the prep time and what makes the most sense for that team of Brain Booster staff. And with that, I'm going to turn the time over to Sally to talk you through the feedback that we've gathered.
Thank you, Amber. So the next component that you asked for us to come back with was some updated feedback. And as you can hear from tonight, a lot of our comments, there are a lot of moving parts when it comes to making a big decision like tonight. And so we are so grateful for the feedback of all of this important stakeholders in this proposal. We asked all of our administrators to go back to their individual schools and meet with each of the following groups: their faculty, their Brain Booster staff, and their school community councils, and to give them an idea of the things that were being proposed and then to provide feedback, a feedback summary to us. And so we're going to go over that today. You were all given on board docs, it was put on all of the feedback. We have just gone through and summarized some of the feedback, most of the feedback that appeared on multiple submissions from schools. So, oops, we skipped one. Starting with our faculty feedback summaries, some of the concerns that were common among these were adding, some of our faculty members had concerns about adding that 10 minutes to the school day. And more importantly, they were concerned that that additional 10 minutes coming at the end of the day. Some of them already have late starting schools, and so that was a big concern. The next thing was trying to fit everything in. As Amber showed us on that example, there are a lot of things that our educators are responsible for, and they really care about making sure their curriculum is taught and those standards are met. So that is a concern. There's been a lot of problem solving that's taking place with our SPED scheduling. We heard from one of our SPED teachers about the difficulties in making that schedule work. And a lot of that is unique to, again, the schools and the employees and the number of students with that SPED scheduling. Teachers also had a concern of the need for additional teacher workdays. Again, they felt like this was a great start to have that hour of planning time each day, but they really wanted this to be a start, and to the board to really think about some of those additional teacher workdays that could be added into the calendar. They had concerns about recess times, and a lot of that comes with problem solving. And one of the things in designing a master schedule are those coveted times, the best time for recess, the best time for Brain Boosters. And a lot of our teachers are recognizing that it is a trade-off. They might have to trade some of the prime times of when they wanted to have their recess, because it has to fit into that whole master schedule. And then most importantly, our teachers really felt they wanted to ensure that our Brain Boosters had that they have the support of the Brain Boosters, so that they wanted to express that they recognize this is a whole group event, and that they value the Brain Boosters, and this isn't going to work unless everybody does work together. Some of the positive things that they noticed, and this was said so many times. Those of you who have read the feedback, I wanted to count the number of times excited, grateful, life-changing. Teachers, as we've heard from some tonight, feel like this is just life-changing. They were overwhelmingly appreciative. Some even said, "Is this for real? And could this really happen?" They were a little skeptical. They really liked the consistency in the master schedule. They felt like it would provide them some time for quality lesson planning. They felt like they know that it will have a direct impact on student outcomes, because they know when they can tailor those lessons. And one of the comments said, "I am going to be able to change my intervention groups more often because I'm able to look at data." And so they really felt like this will directly outcome their data in their classrooms. We've heard again from many of our teachers, less likely to burn out, and that improved work-life balance, which we know is a big focus for our teachers. Our next section of feedback came from our Brain Boosters. And like our teachers, we've heard from some of them today, and both the positive and concerns.
The biggest thing was making sure there was enough planning and transition time. And as we've put in the proposals, the transition times is a minimum of 10 minutes and the planning time is the 4 hours a week. So that has been the guidelines that the schedules will be designed within. Some were concerned about increasing their hours, that they would have to work more. Others were concerned that their hours might decrease depending on if they were at a smaller school. So you'll notice that increased hours are on both sides of the concerns and the positives. Some also had concerns about working 4 days per week. They like the schedule right now where they only work 3 days per week, and they were concerned about changing those changes to their personal schedules. They wanted to ensure that they could maintain the current programs. As we know, we have remarkable programs going on in these brain booster classes, and they want to ensure that those same quality of programs will be able to run, will be maintained. As we've heard from tonight, compensation was a big worry or a big concern for our brain boosters. Scheduling, again, making sure everything fits in and that they are able to have that appropriate transition time and that planning time. And then there was a lot of comments about larger schools being properly funded. And so if you remember when this proposal came about in 2015, everybody's schools were funded with the same FTE. And a lot has changed since 2015. And so there has been attention made this time to make sure that our schools are funded according to what the numbers are in those schools. As far as the positive feedback, many were excited about that longer instructional time, having that 45 minutes to really delve into the lessons. Again, many were happy about having those increased hours. Some were excited about the ability to job share, having a job share partner. They felt like that could provide opportunities for if they needed a sub or opportunities if they needed collaboration within their content area. They also talked about, as we heard tonight, the support for the need for teachers to have planning time. They are also very supportive of that need for our teachers. They were excited about having more time to connect with students and integrate the curriculum within their content areas. And they are excited about having a weekly brain booster planning time. As I mentioned before, some schools had a lot of planning time based on their numbers, and some schools did not have planning time at all. And so this proposal would provide planning time for each of our boosters. All right, and our final, I don't know why this doesn't want to go. Oh, it's over there. Well, that's fine. Our final feedback area were our school community councils. And our school community councils, there were numerous comments where they were concerned about the disparity of planning time between the elementary and the secondary levels. They felt like this was a needed change for our elementary teachers. Many preferred to have the extra 10 minutes at the beginning of the day, and they gave numerous reasons for that, mainly checkouts, having to check their students out for extracurricular activities, after school appointments, those types of things. They were concerned about the lack of planning time that teachers currently have. They were concerned about student attendance on shortened Fridays if that were to take place. And a few of them preferred no student days over virtual days because they felt like they didn't want to have their students on the computers during those virtual days. As for the positives, they really supported the need for more planning time for teachers. They were very excited, and we heard from one of our students. One of the community councils said they talked to their own kids and they were so excited about the opportunity to have boosters every day. And so they were excited about having that for their children. They also liked the consistent weekly structure for their students. So their students knew what day they had what brain booster, and it was consistent. And that does help a lot of families with getting their students to school. And they also felt the need for more administrator support in our schools. They see what our elementary principals do. As we heard from one teacher, a lot of them are working the amount of work that 2 people do. So I wanted to make sure that was mentioned. So, I learned that this time. Oh, All right, so the cost. We worked with Leon and I learned how to add formulas and add a few of his formulas. He taught me. And we've come up with our, you wanted a closer estimate. As you saw in the past readings, we had ranges. And those ranges were intentional because, again, being fiscally responsible, we wanted to ensure that the schools were allocated the money that made it so that they could run the programs with the numbers of students in each school. So we have taken our schools and we've looked at what amount of FTE they would need in order to increase hours. And then we have put that into the following categories. So you'll see increasing the instructional technician hours for STEM, Playworks, and arts. Well, STEM and Playworks, and then arts is a little different because as Amber talked a little bit about with our BTS, there's a couple of different options of how that will work, whether it's increasing the instructional technicians hours and how the BTS teachers will be staffed, whether they're in a larger school, a smaller school, and there's a lot of intricacies with that. Our library includes increased IT hours based on school size so that they can have an additional time to do library tasks. And that has been added in there. And then for recess, because our playground assistants will be covering recess and our recesses have to be scheduled back to back with the brain boosters, we will have to have some increased hours for the recess aides who have formerly just been covering lunch recess. So that gives us a cost, an estimated cost, which is up there. And that kind of gives you an idea of the investment that this would. Thank you. Very, all right. And so in summary, you'll see that this investment for the daily planning time has increased our planning time by 120 minutes each week. So that gives us a new total of 280 minutes of weekly planning time for elementary teachers. It provides 60 minutes of planning time Monday through Thursday. It does increase the student school day by 10 minutes Monday through Thursday. Our Brain Booster 2.0 includes 45-minute Brain Booster classes, which involve weekly arts, STEM, Playworks, and library, and then our total cost increase. So with that, we'll answer questions.
Okay, board, do we have questions? Yes, we do. Okay. I'll start with Mrs. Nybar.
Okay, first off, thank you so much. Thank you for your work committee. Thank you for all of the research and the details that have been presented. I'm very much in favor of giving our teachers, our elementary school teachers, more planning time, as I've said before. I am concerned with the teachers that spoke, the Beverly Taylor Sorensen teachers that spoke about decreased amount of time for their kids. In fact, there was one email I received talking about how that their hours would drop annually by, looks like 17. And they're asking that they have the 27 hours a week that we would be giving to ITs. The last slide that you just showed is slightly different than that. Can you explain to me where is that discrepancy?
So with the BTS teachers, we have a couple of schools who BTS actually gave them additional hours. They were able to be funded instead of the 0.5 FTE, they were funded at a 0.75
Yep.
Because of their enrollment.
Mhm.
And because of the decreased enrollment, that 0.25 of FTE, the BTS is not covering that anymore. And so we will not have any schools that qualify for that additional BTS money from the state grant.
Okay.
So because of that, that is where those few schools, that is where the Brain Booster hours will have to be decreased because of the funding from the grant. Now, in every other Brain Booster position, those are staffed at 0.5 FTE,
Mm-hmm.
and which is 20 hours a week or if they're full-time, 40 hours a week at 2 schools. So every school will still have those same hours. They will still, aside from the 4 whose FTE was decreased by the grant because their numbers are not within the, what is it, 700 or 800, I think? 750.
So to be clear, this is because the elementary school enrollment is lower?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, our enrollment has decreased.
Okay, and up until this point right now, when we're presenting this new program, they have had the hours they needed to do things like choir performances, you know, theatrical performances, art shows. This email was talking about with the decreased hours, it would be more difficult to do those things and be prepared for them. As a former drama teacher, I know you do need a certain number of hours to be able to put on productions. So, you know, like our elementary, some of our wonderful elementary schools where we have these awesome plays that are going on. If we're decreasing those hours, are we kind of taking away the ability for the kids to be able to participate in that? Because where are they going to make up the hours? Is it going to be after school? How's that going to work?
Like hours, meaning the brain
Because
booster
they're
teacher, 'cause-
losing.
well, so essentially, like if we have a brain booster teacher who is a part-time teacher,
Uh-huh.
they would have worked 20 hours every single week at a school. And so if their school had, say, 15 classrooms, right? They went in and they did their brain booster schedule, and then they had time to go into those other classrooms to fill that 20 hours to integrate,
Mhm.
right? If they were at 2 schools, they would have 40 hours one week at one school, and then they would go to the other school and do the other hours. So in this, with the part-time teacher, because it's might be impossible to get those 20 hours in 1 week, we would have to have them work 40 hours. So they would have the 20 hours that they would normally do their brain booster, or 24 or 28.
Mhm.
And then the rest of those hours would be the integration hours. So they would be 40 hours at one school for 1 week. And then the following week, an IT technician would be teaching a different, it could be another art, it could be a music class to cover the boosters. So the students would still be getting 40 hours of art. It would just be all in 1 week rather than split between the 2 weeks. So it is a change in schedule, but it's not a change in total hours.
Okay. Change in schedule, not in total hours, but then the children would be having, say they were working on a play, they'd do that week, and then they'd have a whole week where they weren't working on it, and then back to the next week.
That could happen, yes. And that does happen in like our drama teacher. We have a drama teacher that works at 2 different schools and does that schedule right now.
Mm-hmm.
And so unless the IT technician could work in cooperation with them, and just like we had shared, you know, this week you're working on the script, this week you're working on the scenery with the the visual arts teacher.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then you talked about job sharing. So which of when we go back to that slide with the brain boosters, which of those would be doing the job sharing?
Well, that's going to be very specific to schools because we want our principals to work with the employees that are already in those positions. And so anybody, like, let's say that your school qualified for 28 hours of booster and you had one person that wanted to work 20 hours and one person that wanted to work 8 hours. Or you had somebody that said, I'm going to do 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade, and you're going to do 4th, 5th, and 6th. So they're going to split it by half an hour, you know, I work the mornings, you work the afternoons. I mean, there's a multiple ways that they can make that work. One of the pluses that we found that some of our schools actually do this model right now. And what has been really nice is substitutes. If they needed a sub, their job share partner is able to come right in and cover those days. It actually provides a little more flexibility for some of the booster teachers because they maybe have a need to take a week off and their booster partner covers that week for them. So it does provide a little bit of flexibility. And we feel like those are going to be conversations that our principals are going to work through with the booster teachers to ensure that their schedule can work and we can cover the boosters.
Mm-hmm. And the thought behind the job share is just the savings and cost
Well,
with benefit.
because we have people in these positions that some don't want more hours and some do. So it's not really a savings cost. It's more of making sure we can work with the great people that we have in those positions. Oh,
Yeah,
That's what I was
Yeah.
inferring. Yes.
the full,
that
yeah,
You,
So-
if
so
we have
absolutely,
to be limited within those hours because of benefits. So
Yeah.
it is cost
Yeah.
savings.
Yeah.
To the district.
Mhm.
Okay, I have other questions, but I'm gonna turn the time over to other board members first, so I don't take too much time and then come back later.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel.
That was awfully nice of you, Holly. So first I want to say thank you for acknowledging that assistant principals aren't off of something we're discussing, because I was pretty concerned when I saw a line through that. Because that needs to be a continued conversation that we have. I do want to say that I'm really appreciative of the proposals, and that I do hope that we don't end this and say that we're done, and that we've given some additional planning time to our teachers, and that we don't need to do anything in the future, because we've got to make sure that we continue to take care of them. And I would like to see some continued discussion, and ideally with some board member involvement, so that we don't run into some of the issues where some of the proposals were brought forth, but they weren't quite palatable enough to pass forward, and so then they just died. So I just want to say that I would like to see us continue the conversation as we go forward. I know some of the groups were hurt more than, or benefit more than others, especially our special education classrooms. I feel are often not helped much at all by what's being proposed, and they're already hurting. That being said, I want to talk a little bit about the BTS stuff as well. So I need you to talk to me kind of like I don't have a full grasp on what's going on. And yeah.
She is very good at that. So I'm going to.
So I'm gonna go with some of the questions I have here. So for example, there's a concern that was brought forth to me by a teacher in one of my schools, East Sandy, saying that because they're a small school, they get a 50% increase in instruction time with a 20% decrease in hours. Can you speak to that?
I hope so. So first, I think it's going to be really important to understand that particularly with BTS and arts and that part of our brain booster model, it is not easy to generalize across all 28 of our schools. They have very different needs, very different numbers of students, very different configurations of teacher teams, varying programs within their schools, such as specialized classrooms and others that will require their allocation of hours to be different. So we are going to allocate a specific number of hours that are required for just covering brain booster classes and prep time. That will then allow the principals to work with their brain booster staff on developing a master schedule, which for most of our schools that are BTS schools, it will have their BTS teachers working 40 hours every other week or 40 hours at 2 schools if they are full-time. And there's a couple of variations in between, which will be again dependent upon the hours we allocate, school budgets, and other things. In some schools, depending on how their current brain booster model is running, it could be perceived as less time with students face-to-face by the BTS teachers, not necessarily less time for the students in arts instruction overall. As has been mentioned, difference between time with a certified art teacher and time with a very well-trained instructional technician, which we have many in all of our schools. But it is going to be very specific for that school. There will not be, with the exception of those 4 schools that Sally mentioned, we are not losing BTS hours overall.
So as we look at it, then will each of our booster teachers, whether they're a non-BTS teacher or a BTS teacher, at every single one of the schools, will they have
planning time.
Yes,
So we won't have an issue where you're going to get 35 minutes of planning time in a week.
no. We
Okay.
will be building the schedule based on the number of 45-minute classes that are needed for the number of teachers and students that are in the building. Then we'll organize the 4 hours of planning time as well as the transition. Based on that number will be the number of hours allocated for that particular school, and we will work with the schools to make sure that they are funded appropriately. The
Okay.
challenge is we only have half-time allocations from the state with BTS, and those numbers do limit how we organize the options.
Okay. For the last part of my question then, for our BTS teachers, are we limited in what we can do with them or just limited in what money the state gives us? So for example, why are we swapping back and forth? Let's say you have a BTS teacher that's going to be at 2 schools. And so we have, let's say 2 of them, not even 2 of them. Let's say they go to 2 schools, right? And they do every other week at 2 schools. Why are we unable to use them every week in 1 school?
We would have to pay for a whole other half of an FTE for them to be at that school.
And is there a significant cost difference? And is that what we're looking at?
It would be double the cost, yes. Leon can give you more specifics, and that again is something that the board can choose to do as you all are in charge of the budget.
Okay. So just my opinion, that's something that I would certainly like to see as an option. 1, for the teachers, but then 2, I think ultimately for the consistency for the students, I think is extremely important. Holly made a really good point on that in what she was saying. So that's something that I would really like us to explore. And with that, I'll let some other people talk too.
And before Leon answers some of the cost, I just want to make sure everyone is aware that one of the options that is a possibility for a number of our schools is that 40 hours of BTS teacher every other week, and in the off week having an arts IT. We do have 8 schools that currently run this model now very successfully. And some of the benefits of that model are that in a 40-hour week, our BTS teachers have more time to actually collaborate with teachers for integration because they're not just doing their BTS hours and then their hours are done. So we actually are holding closer to the ideal model for what the state has requested legislative funding for. And then in many cases, those schools, the students get 2 different forms of art, which is also a bonus as well. So Leon, if you want to talk about the costs, I don't know if Andrew, you wanted that question answered now or?
Yes, roughly we have 14 BTS teachers, that we get paid by the state. They pay 80%. We cover the other 20% on top of that. Right now, there is a state change being proposed that they actually cap that at a certain dollar amount. They've been talking about $75,000 per teacher. That looks like it's going to go through. We won't know until the end of the session, but likely. That would probably impact us more because our salary is a little bit higher statewide than most districts. We're looking at probably $150,000 loss with this proposal. So
Without increased
without
hours.
But if we're looking at doubling from roughly 14 to 28 FTEs, you're going to look at a little over $1 million, around $1.2 million to go that route there.
So, and to clarify, that's that much more than it would cost to hire an arts booster.
Are you? Yes. To clarify, to go take these teachers, we're doubling the FTEs. More than this proposal right here would be 1.2 million more. Yeah.
And it would eliminate 16 IT positions.
Yeah.
It would eliminate 16 instructional technicians, some of our brain booster arts assistants.
Okay. Is that all, Andrew?
Yeah, I'll let other people talk now.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. I just want to echo what has been said multiple times already this evening about the tremendous effort and work that the task force has put in. It's incredible. And I've been sitting here tonight just kind of reminiscing back to 2014 when we first came up with the idea of having brain boosters to give some PLC time to elementary school teachers. And I appreciate the data that you've shown how that's had a positive effect for our schools, which is what we were told it would. But at that time, it was this same type of a confusion. How's this going to look? How's it going to work? You know, you can do your best to kind of figure it out, but until you actually start implementing, you don't really know. And so it just feels very, very similar to me to that. And I see how successful it's been. And yeah, it took some work on the local school level, and it took some, you know, a little bit of coming back to the board for a little bit of more guidance here and there along the way. And so I would kind of like to see us do that same approach. I've been thinking, and you alluded to it, I think, Sally, or one of you, maybe it's you, Amber, but just kind of let's set some kind of expectations for what we want to do with Brain Boosters 2.0. And then let's let it start getting implemented. And as far as like the BTS teachers, I share those concerns, but I recognize there is no one size fits all. There's no formula that's going to work just automatically. And that extra price tag kind of, you know, it's a little stunning too all at once. But I know that, well, 10 years ago when we were having these conversations, I believe we only had 5 or 6 BTS teachers at the time. And now you're telling us we have
26.
26.
Well, we have 26 BTS schools and we have 22 BTS teachers.
Yeah.
So some of them are
Our
part-time,
work
and then we have
2 schools. Yeah.
a handful that are
So
full-time.
I would like to really kind of just put in some of the basic components to this proposal, get those going with the idea that as we move forward, yes, we believe in the BTS program. We know it helps. We know it's important. And that we kind of always have an eye to improving and increasing that element of it, but not just kind of and all at once try and force things into the system, because I've just learned that sometimes things really do work better a little bit more organically at the school level, because it also has been mentioned many times, every school is so different. And, you know, some schools are just, they have an IT arts specialist and it's working well. And so I would hate to kind of discount that for things that are working well at the schools. So anyway, those are just some of my thoughts on this, but I do have a couple of questions. As you've shown with the charts, and thank you so much for putting together those sample schedules and things. I mean, there's not a minute to spare. I mean,
There is
there
not,
isn't. And
unfortunately.
and there's talk about extending the school day by 10 minutes.
Mhm.
And I'm assuming that's to kind of give the time that's needed for this not a minute to spare idea.
Correct.
I'm wondering, and I'm not sure you're going to like this idea, but I got to throw it out there. I'm wondering if there's some minutes that can be gleaned from maybe reducing the ELA block instruction time and the math block instruction time, because we do know that teachers having good planning time is going to benefit students. So I'm just kind of wondering if there's any wiggle space there. You mentioned some of those time blocks are required by the state and some are kind of part of our Canyons program.
Correct. And there is some flexibility within both of those blocks. So the blocks of time that I organized for you in the sample schedule includes the tier 2 or small group instruction time. that is built into those blocks. And right now, there's some variability. Again, some of that is dependent upon school resources and how they organize their intervention time. Some of it is organized based on the number of students who require the more intensive supports, and then everything in between. So there is a little bit of flexibility with how they're organizing those blocks right now.
Okay, so essentially, if they need to kind of shave 5 or 10 minutes off to make it work, that's a possibility because
It's going to be school specific.
Mhm,
And
right,
so I
right.
think
School
again,
kind of like if they do that kind of with permission from, or, you know, a waiver granted from school performance or somebody.
yeah, their BLT is going to
Oh, why it-
organize how
why
that
they need it.
schedule looks, because it also is how they organize then their special education services within that block of time. Often gets organized within the small group instruction time, which often then also supports the dictation of minutes for that time. So there is flexibility, but it's hard to say, again, like we've talked about, to generalize and say that every single
Right.
school can shave
But
5
it
or
is-
10 minutes off of that block.
Right.
We won't know until they get in and start building.
Right, but it is something they could consider as they start really making that specific schedule for their school.
They could.
And then I mean, so with the extended 10 minutes in a day, we haven't really heard much about how that would affect transportation.
We did talk about that with transportation before we came to you with our first proposal, and Leon can fill in specifics.
Yeah. I was gonna, but since then, we haven't really. much.
Yeah, we did a study on that. We don't feel like it's gonna impact transportation. Well, we know it's not. There will be a little bit more cost in some areas because some of the routes, you know, our drivers are paid by the route, right? And so some of those routes will be extended 10 minutes because they may have a little bit of lag time going from the middle school route over to the elementary in the afternoon to pick up the kids. We don't think that will be significant. We can make that work logistically. We're not worried about that. You know, buses may be just parked at an elementary, just, 5 to 10 minutes longer. Some of it will actually benefit us because there are some tight windows from the middle school to the elementary, especially those that end at the 3 o'clock. 3:05 time period. So that will actually help out a little bit in that area. So I think the biggest is just, the 10 minutes. We hear from parents, teachers, all these after school events. And as we said, every minute is precious throughout the whole day.
It's true.
Yeah, so yeah, thank you for that. And some of the schools, the feedback has been, we already get out at 3:45 or 3:50 or whatever, and to get out even 10 minutes later is such a challenge. So would it be, would schools, their current schedule be taken into consideration as far as not making them later, or would it just bump everybody?
I think it's just gonna have to bump everybody back because of the routes getting, again, trying to be efficient with our routes, getting, dropping off the middle school students and getting to the elementaries. Again, that's will help some because they're pushing the time, but others, they'll just be there longer. But you just can't, on the morning end, if you pushed it on the morning end, there's just not enough room there. We have more flexibility in the afternoons than we do in the mornings because the time is crunch between mainly the high school and the middle school, and then right into the elementaries after that. So, yeah, that's the difficult there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mrs. Pedersen?
I want to thank my board members for asking such great questions because they covered quite a bit of what I think a lot of people had as concerns on their mind. I also want to thank our 3 presenters, Amber, Sally, and Alice. They spent some time because I had questions with me one-on-one. And we went through, that's why I don't have so many. We went over the schedule and they showed me variations that they have been doing with our principals individually. So our principals aren't being left high and dry. They are sitting down one-on-one and working with our elementary principals to help them if they need help getting this to work out. And I think it all boils down to we have to trust. Okay. We've come up with a really great solution. Is it the perfect solution? Not likely.
but there's more benefits to this than there are negatives. And so I think it's valuable that we go ahead and really get this started. And we'll tweak it as we do all our programs as we go through. And I trust, because they have been so thorough and so careful, notice how long it's taken for us to actually get to the third reading, to they will address what our concerns are. We don't want to leave any of our employee groups out in the dark. But I think at the individual level, I kind of like the fact that we don't know, because that way each school can make this plan their own. We talk about local control. A lot of this, we've done all we can do to create the framework, and we've answered as many questions as we can, but it's all going to boil down to how is the school going to work on it as a group? And I promise every principal I've ever met and every faculty, they'll figure out a way. And if there's a glaring error, they'll let us know. They'll let us know and we can work on that. But we can't foresee what those are now. We've done just about all the prep we can do. Unless you say, here's the plan for this school and here's the plan. I don't need to know that. I think the school itself needs to own it. We've done everything we can to find a way to answer this problem. And that I trust that the planning that we've been doing so far will be enough to get us started. And I trust our principals. They are amazing. And if they need support, these three ladies are there. I promise. They'll take 8:00 at night phone calls, right, Sally? and hold their hand and help them to get through this. So I'm not concerned. I think that we need to help our students have the best experience they can by having teachers who are the best prepared they can be, who are less stressed, who are happy to be at work and excited. Well, we've always been excited about seeing the kids, but I think taking all that stress off will change the stress that's reflected into our students, because students feel the vibes. They do. They know when you're having a bad day. They do. They'll bring you cute little notes, put them on your desk. I mean, they just know, and you haven't said anything. So I am going to recommend that we trust this process, that we've done all that we can do, really, right now, without giving it a try. You have to do the test run. And we have 3 months to kind of figure this all out, right? And over the summer, and then we'll try it next year. And we'll meet. It won't be the whole year. It'll be early into the year, I'm sure, that we'll meet and get some feedback. How's it going? What's happening? What were the glitches? And if there was a specific problem with a specific teacher or brain booster or BTS teacher, I'm sure we can work something out that would be equitable for them. So I'm not so stressed about all these details that I have to know. I mean, you've answered a lot of them. I think almost everyone has brought up the questions that our emails have been about. And thank you, all of you, for emailing us. Just know that when you email it the day of the board meeting, we don't always have time to really think about it. If you do it a little earlier, you'll get better consideration, but you've all been echoing the same positive comments, same concerns. And we want to honor those. And thank you for being involved in this process. It doesn't mean anything if it isn't for you. And so you need to have the ownership. You need to know that we're looking out for the best for you, our employees. We care about you. So I wanted to tell you, thank you for emailing us, despite the fact we do a lot of reading. We don't always get every one of you replied back to all, very quickly, but we try. So thank you for being engaged. I appreciate this work. It's been amazing. This is a lot of work. This is a huge lift, but look how much good came from just implementing brain boosters. Now we're refining it. And it will become something that may be modeled by other school districts. I don't think they do our version anyway. So I like our successes. This is going to really make a big difference. I'm just excited about it. So thank you again. Okay. You can go back if you have more questions.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Okay, so I want to make very clear that I am a large supporter of making sure that our elementary teachers get more planning. I've been hearing about this for years, and I love that we're finally tackling it and really looking at it. I do have some clarifying questions. So when you were talking about losing 16 tech positions, were we to fully fund our brain booster teachers? Talk to me about those. Are those currently existing tech positions?
Correct.
So
They are
those are
currently-
currently hired folks. Okay. So, and then tell me more about these technicians. Who are they? What kind of training do they have? Can you give me a better idea?
In arts,
Yes, or any of them. I mean, like, I'm just curious compared to, well, particularly the BTS, those who would be working, like, on the weeks off that the BTS teachers aren't there. Help me better understand what their training is.
so they attend a lot of district training. A lot of them have background in arts but are not certified teachers. So they've chosen to do these positions. Remember, we have 2 schools that are not BTS schools. And so they run their whole BTS or their whole art brain booster with instructional technicians. So many of them have sought their own training. We provide a lot of training and support. They have PLCs that they network with to be able to lean on each other for lesson plan development and support. Often those are led by BTS teachers, so they get coaching and mentoring from BTS teachers as well as the ISD art specialist team.
So how much specific education or training have they gotten in arts integration?
That's an arts integration, the IT's none, because that's not part of their responsibility.
Okay.
Some of them are, as Sally just whispered, to make sure I note that again, some of these arts ITs, as well as a number of our other ITs as well, are certified teachers doing these jobs.
Okay. So my big concern here is about continuity. And when I'm looking at this, if I'm a potential BTS teacher who has gone through that extensive training and has to answer to the qualifications for the grant, I don't know how I can ensure that that is really being done when I'm 1 week on and 1 week off. And particularly when you have 40 hours 1 week and then nothing the next week, and then 40 hours 1 week and then nothing the next week, to me, that essentially kind of works out more like a full-time job because you're still prepping in between. I mean, it's not as though your life, nobody's life really works 40 hours on, 40 hours off. And my understanding is that even a legal thing, like according, HR rules and whatnot, statewide? I'm just curious if we can get more information on that in particular, because it seems, I've never heard of that before in any other industry.
So we've met with HR, we would write the job description accordingly. We have worked with BTS folks at the state and with the organization, and we are actually better able to meet the requirements of BTS with these models in most of our schools.
Okay, but how is it that you're better able to do that rather than having a?
Because in many of our
Time.
schools right now, they are only allocated a half-time BTS teacher. So they are only, in most cases, have time to do the brain booster model only. And there's minimal, if any, arts integration happening in a large number of our schools.
So you're saying by having an IT person and the week off, that you're able to have more continuity with
So with
arts
the-
integration?
With a BTS teacher in 40 hours a week, they have time to provide direct arts instruction within the Brain Booster 2.0 model. They have additional planning time because that will be protected. And then they have additional hours beyond what they would be providing for those class hours to plan with teachers, to do content integration. There's also even some flexibility we could provide with their scheduling to go into the next week while the ITs are teaching a separate arts. It wouldn't even be integration, it would just be an arts class as part of the Brain Booster model.
So you're saying they would be 40 hours on and then certain number of hours on their off week?
We are saying that we would want to support, again, the school's flexibility. So for example, if I'm a school that I'm a BTS school and I require the number of hours that is not able to be funded by the grant, I do not have the funding in my school budget to be able to pay for additional hours. So I need to do the 40-hour week on with my BTS teacher, and then the additional hours in the off weeks with my IT. If my BTS teacher couldn't work that 40 hours because they have time constraints with their own family where they can only work a certain number of hours, and it will be covering those brain booster classes, but we feel very strongly about having integrity with the model and the arts integration. I could choose to allow that teacher to work then 10 hours the following week to do the integration. So they would be working 30 hours in the brain booster model, 10 hours the following week with the integration, while the brain booster model is continuing with the IT happening in those off weeks. So those would just be some of the flexible options we would want to provide to Ms. Pedersen's point, that would really allow the school that local control to be able to support the teachers that they have if that was what worked for them.
Okay, I mean, I just sit there and I think, if I'm a BTS teacher and I'm doing 1 week on, 1 week off, and we're hoping to provide continuity, there's also this element of, I would imagine, training that they're going to have with that IT tech. And are they being compensated for that time that they would be training?
They would
or
not be training the IT techs. Those would be a separate group that would remain trained by ISD and other opportunities because they would not be team teaching. We might.
So
have a
you, like, if
BTS
you're working on a play, then you have 1 week that you're rehearsing with kids and 1 week you're not rehearsing with kids and then
You-
1 week you're rehearsing with kids. Like,
it would again depend on the school and the art form.
but that's not continuity. I'm just going to put this out here.
We don't
because
have that now, though. So we've got different art forms with all of our BTS teachers and our ITs. And right now we have BTS teachers providing arts instruction integration 1 week on and 1 week off. We have BTS teachers that are not able to provide arts integration because there are some of the models that we mentioned where they are back to back with teaching with even very minimal prep time, which we are not comfortable with. We also have BTS teachers who are working 40 hours in a school that is very small and they're running student government or they're running intervention groups that have nothing to do with art because they're being assigned to those things because they are another certified person in the building, which again, we're also not comfortable with long-term.
So what you're saying is you feel like you're comfortable with this newly proposed model because currently we don't have enough continuity.
I think that we don't have as much continuity, and I think this model provides the most opportunity for consistent arts integration, quality arts instruction, and support for everybody's various needs.
I'm curious if our BTS teachers would feel that way. Or if the state level people, I would be interested in hearing their feedback on it because I'm just thinking from a logistical standpoint as an artist. As a musician, I was in the classroom teaching kids and I had access to teach them something 1 week and then I don't for a week. You can forget about real progress. I can't imagine of us asking something similar of our English or math or science teachers. It's the same issue. And I don't know why we feel differently about it with the arts or with STEM or any of those other subjects. So for me, I am having real trouble wrapping my head around how this is progress because I feel like absolutely the elementary teachers need more planning time, but I don't want it to be at the expense of something that has helped our test scores, that has assisted the kids with much deeper enrichment and meaningful experiences, and also that we are jeopardizing the employment and support of teachers that have really opened this district's eyes to the importance of arts integration. And in many ways, they will be the resource for helping us understand how to expand that into the classroom. I don't want to undermine that and undercut it. And I can't support anything in my mind that robs Peter to pay Paul. And that's what it feels like to some extent here. I feel like we're close, but we're not quite there. And I don't know if the answer is really in looking in the additional funds that we talked about. I know it's expensive, but for me as a board member, I'm willing to raise taxes for that. I am. And, or if the answer is we need to see that every school building is able to make adjustments with certain criteria in mind. And once they can demonstrate that they have met that criteria with their BTS or with their brain booster technicians, that they then qualify for that elementary planning time. But just leaving it to chance, I don't feel good about that as a board member. In part because I think that this type of enrichment education could suffer, even though it looks great on paper. I just don't understand how it can really functionally work.
I'd love to take you to the schools that are implementing that model now, and you can see and talk with those principals and teachers, both classroom teachers and the BTS and ITs, so that you can get a visual of what that looks like.
I'd be happy
We
to
do
look at it and
doing
to
that.
better understand it for sure. And I don't have a problem with that at all. I'd be happy to go visit. I feel like in order for our schools to qualify for this model, they have to demonstrate that the brain booster technicians or how we are doing this meet certain criteria. And I really am concerned. And I hear our brain booster teachers saying we are very supportive of teachers receiving more planning time. I don't think any of them disagree with this. And I don't think this is the sort of thing where we ever want to feel like teachers are being pitted against teachers. That's absolutely not. I just don't feel like we are quite there.
I think we're not quite there yet in a lot of things in elementary. And so I would love to continue the discussion about needs just like this, because I don't think anybody in this room, both our classroom teachers, our principals, and district administrators would disagree about the importance of arts, nor would we disagree about the importance of STEM and the assistant principals that would be needed to be able to support the implementation of these additional programs that we would be sacrificing to continue to increase FTE in other areas as well.
Yeah, I just think the continuity piece is something that has to be considered with those classes. So anyway, that I've said enough. So thank you. I appreciate it. I know this has been a lot of work going into this, and I
Well,
don't
and-
want to undermine or undercount that at all. It's a huge, heavy lift.
And I, acknowledge, I think we all do, the tough position that you're in as board members overseeing a budget where you have to make hard decisions about where you're going to fund. And we appreciate your thoughtful time with that.
Okay, so I just want to thank the task force, and I also want to thank everyone, every single teacher or brain booster that has sent us an email, because our board, we really do read them all. We may not respond super quickly, but we do read them all. We'll eventually get them all done. And I just appreciate everyone who's here, who came to speak too. That just really helps us and informs the board on, problems we may have with proposals. So, and I think we've made a lot of progress with this. I do appreciate, just all the work that has gone into this. Of course, I'm very in favor of giving teachers this time, and I don't know, we're just gonna have to see if we can have a motion tonight or not. I don't know. I know that Mrs. Nybar has a few more questions, so I will turn time to her for a minute.
Thank you so much. I didn't want to take all a really long talking time, so I waited to see if any of my board members would ask my questions. But they weren't asked, so I'm going to go for it. So the first one is, how many schools decrease brain booster time by this new schedule? I've heard in the discussion tonight, we have 8 smaller schools, and I understand that the total school population really determines this, but I would love to know how many schools decrease brain booster time. Because for me, the win-win is that all the students have an increase of brain booster time. So how many are there that decrease?
Really good question. And so let me clarify. All of the schools will have an increase in the time that students experience brain boosters, so those 45-minute sessions. The changes to the smaller schools will be that they will not get as many hours as they have previously been allocated, even under the current model, if they have a very small number of teachers and students. So that's the example that I mentioned earlier. Some of our smaller schools can serve 2 grades at a time, which requires less hours overall than our schools that can only serve 1 grade at a time for a brain booster slot in the master schedule.
Okay. So to break that down, you're saying regardless of whether we do this change or not, this change would be coming to them because of lower enrollment? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
The
So
students don't get less brain booster time. The hours required to staff that time is what is changing for all of the schools.
okay, thank you. Okay, this kind of goes hand in hand tandem with what Nancy asked, which I think is a really good question. To look at the state standards of what's required for minutes for ELA and math. When I go to the public and the public says, why did we increase the elementary school day by 10 minutes? School is long enough for these little kids. I need to really have some strong answers that are very convincing as to why we did the extra 10 minutes. Could we not take time from ELA and math and not extend the day? For those of us who have little ones, it's a long day, as is. So can we look at doing that instead of increasing the day by 10 minutes? Convince me why we need to increase the day by 10 minutes instead of just cut 5 minutes from ELA and math.
So again, even if you look at all of the components that are required, even if we shave some from the literacy block or some from the math block, just know that that could be potentially less individualized instruction, less intervention. It could work, again, varying depending on the school and the needs. It's a trade-off, right?
Mm-hmm. I'd be really interested in looking at that instead of increasing the day. Especially if we're already above the state standards. And I think that if we were to take this out to the SCCs of all the elementary schools, all 28.
We did.
And
We
they
did.
already said yes to the 10 minutes.
Did.
Because I have already received several emails and phone calls of parents that must not be on those SCCs that are not very happy about the idea of an added 10 minutes. So I don't know if it's SCC members that are then going and telling their neighbors about it. And then now there's some concern or what, but I've actually received several phone calls.
There are people that are concerned, and that did come up in our feedback. There will always be people concerned,
Sure.
just like there will be people concerned if you're going to cut literacy. And
Sure.
their students happen to be some that are struggling, and you're telling them that you're going to
Sure.
cut those opportunities.
Just by curiosity, how much over are we than the state standard?
We are not over in the state requirements for the literacy block. The variability that we have is in how the schools organize their small group instruction and intervention. So it's 120 minutes, which is required by the state, and that's what's organized in how we teach our core standards. But then the additional 30 minutes, some schools have even more than that, is how they organize their small group instruction, their intervention time, their special education services are within that small group time,
The 30 minutes.
30 to 45 minutes, depending on the school.
Okay. And so the 10 minutes longer to the school day does what overall?
It allows the school to organize the schedule for students and stagger all of the required instructional blocks, including recess, lunch, intervention time, and brain boosters.
And it feels like I remember in a previous discussion that had to also do with the passing time between those a little bit, with the passing time between the
I mean,
brain
there are
booster
transitions
passing
from
transition.
all of those individuals, yes.
Okay.
It was really difficult for our schools to organize this amount of time, particularly when you're trying to fit in a recess backed up next to a brain booster. Without that 10 minutes, you'd really be truncating the other blocks of time, which is also tough on our students. So if you're just getting into the groove of your math lesson and now you've got to get your kids lined up to go to brain boosters, and then you come back and try to pick up where you left off, if you don't have a large enough chunk of that instructional time for those content areas, that can also be really challenging for our teachers and ultimately our students.
Okay. I would still be interested to just see with the schedule. I don't want to cut into small groups, but I would be interested to see what adjustments we could do
We'd be
with the
cutting
schedule.
into drive time, science, social studies, math. We can cut into any of it. We just have to recognize those trade-offs.
Yeah. I would just be interested in that. Or what are we proposing? 5 minutes earlier and 5 minute later dismissal? Or because what Leon was saying, the start
Minutes.
time just 10 minutes
10
later.
minutes at the end of the day. Mhm.
Because of the bus schedule.
Mhm.
Mhm.
without impacting all of the other levels, which
Mhm.
we know how that would go.
Yes. Okay, the last slide. I know we haven't included the amount of time brain boosters get for prep time because there's a range of prep time.
We have, they would get 4 hours.
It's not on the last slide. When we have,
It's included in the cost that we have organized for their hours and allocation.
okay, can you go to the last slide? That's the one. I just didn't see.
We didn't, I
total there.
apologize. Yeah, we did
So-
not include it in there.
Okay, but we are accounting for that.
Yes, so we are saying at least 4 hours of planning time and then at least 10-minute transitions in between their brain booster classes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I am interested in looking at I know we have the cost, the 1.2 million, but I am interested in looking at that a little further too. Rather than have the teachers going in between schools and having that every other week. So I'd be interested in that.
One
Yes,
thought or question
Superintendent.
on that. Sorry, can I just jump in on so tell us about what kind of impact does 5 to 10, 15 minutes have on our title schools and those intervention blocks?
That, I mean, we know that every minute counts in every single school, but when you're trying to also include breakfast, attend to the social emotional needs of students that are coming from trauma, many of our refugee students, that takes extra relationship building. And those minutes are already coming out of those blocks now and the attention that our teachers are giving to those individual students. We spent a lot of time talking last week about the increase in our students who are multilingual learners. And when you're taking away time to build language and academic language in literacy and our other content areas, our students who are coming with those needs are the ones who are going to suffer the most, be it language deficits, be it disabilities, be it students who are on a 504 and need more redirection. They're going to get less of that in less of an instructional block for that given content.
Okay, board, are we ready to possibly make a motion? Okay, Mrs. Pedersen?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept and approve the proposal for extra, what do we call it officially? Extra planning time, I was gonna say.
60 minutes daily planning time.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the increased planning time by 120 minutes each week. 60 minutes of planning time, Monday through Thursday, protected for teachers. Increase student school day by 10 minutes, Monday through Thursday. And Brain Boosters would move to a 45-minute class of weekly arts, STEM, playworks, and library. And that the schools have the discretion to apply the schedule according to their needs. And with the caveat that we will relook at and adjust any further questions that we have.
Would you like to add just approximately 1.2 million for now?
Money? Oh, I need
Yes,
to put the money on there.
Money would be good.
Yeah. The approximate cost would be 1,249,254-ish. Ish. That's very official, right?
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that?
I will second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion to that motion? Okay, Mr. Edel, then Mrs. Nybar.
Okay, so with this, I do want us to kind of come to a decision and resolution on the BTS teachers and how we're going to move forward on that, because I feel like that's an unresolved issue for tonight. And approving this doesn't answer that, or I think give administration a clear way forward on how to proceed. So I'm not saying that we can resolve that tonight, but I'm saying that that is an outstanding topic that we'll need to resolve. And then I also just want to give a heads up that there is a lot of pushback from my 9 a.m. start communities
on extending the day by 10 minutes. So not by extending the day, but by pushing it out. Especially those who are bused already don't get back till around 4 p.m. So I just want to raise that's a major concern that I have, that we'll need to try to work out and get figured out. I'm not opposed to the additional 10 minutes, especially in my area. I understand how essential that is, but I just wanted to bring that up as one of the concerns I'm going to have and bring up as we look into our revised school schedules.
Okay, can I address that, Andrew? Like, this is just me, like, I am not opposed to that BTS thing, but I don't think we can make a budget decision until we actually know how much money we're gonna get. And we're not gonna know that until after the legislative session. But I'm not opposed to revisiting it. That's just my opinion. Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
Three things. The first, Andrew already addressed. I do feel like we do have an issue with the BTSS, and I would like to see some resolution with that. Secondly, actually, both of my elementary schools in my district, Oak Hollow and Willow Springs, are those that start later. And so that's the parents I'm hearing from as well, is that they would be getting home after 4 o'clock, and especially in winter time when it's starting to get dark, as well as that they have sports practices and things that they would be late for. So that is a concern in my area. Lastly, with Ms. Pedersen's motion, she said that we would revisit it, but there was no time clause on that. And I would like to have a specific time clause with that. Also, I think maybe the motion should be restated because this would be in effect for this coming school year, correct? So I think that needs to be part of the motion. And then also the time clause as to when to revisit, unless we have an actual date, you know.
Okay, would you like to amend your motion?
Sure, I will try to rephrase my
Oh,
motion.
sorry. Mrs. Oaks would like to say something
Oh, okay.
first. Sorry about that.
I agree. I wanted to also clarify that, like, when we're going to do it. And I think it's okay. I will not be supporting the motion. I don't feel like we're quite where we need to be, and I don't want to leave the BTS situation to chance. But if it is going to pass, I would say that I would like a specific date by which we can see clearly what each principal has chosen to do with their schedules and what that looks like and how many BTS teachers we've lost. Or other brain booster technicians, as well as, I mean, we haven't even talked about the issue with librarians. I mean, that was something that came up tonight about the fact that they're being asked to do more, but they're not getting paid more. I think that there's going to be some fallout, and I think we need to be able to evaluate and see what that looks like. And I don't know if May or June is an appropriate time, or I don't know, maybe the superintendent can answer to that when an appropriate time would be to kind of take a closer look and have that on our schedule.
Yeah, I think, first off, the premise of the question with the task force to begin with was elementary prep time. So I applaud the discussion, all the input. That's what we asked them to set out to do. So I think, these other issues, they are just as important, but they were peripheral to what the original direction was. So I think in the summer, definitely we could, I don't know if it's another task force or a different, group to pull together to look at those issues, but just like this last year, this question came up in the spring, almost the same time of year last year, and it took us a full year to really evaluate it. So, I think just parsing those out separately, I think that'd be a wise thing to do, and next spring come back with more solutions. But I think it's early. Just like Nancy said, in 2014, when the district did this, you had the same trepidation and a lot of questions, and it's going to take time to work these issues out. But I think the feedback's been great, and so as early as spring or summer, we could start working on it. So I'd say.
Well, are you going to say something? Okay, why don't you restate the motion and then we'll have discussion again to that motion.
We need, we will need more than a month to come back with any information.
Okay. Okay.
Let's say summer. Yes. Okay, thank you, Karen. Summer. It's already getting late and we still have a lot more to do. Okay.
I would like to make a motion to accept the increased planning time by 120 minutes each week for our teachers, 60 minutes of planning time Monday through Thursday, increased student school day by 10 minutes Monday through Thursday. Brain boosters would have 45-minute classes of weekly arts, STEM, playworks, and library for an approximate cost of $1.2 million. And that we will revisit, we will report back on details as our principals turn in their plans and we find out how that's affecting us by specific hires and resignations this summer. And it will be implemented. See, I'm glad they helped me because it's a long one. It will be implemented for the 24-25 school year.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion.
Did I forget anything else?
Well, just for the record, do we want something on record, just stating that we'll study the BTS and brain
Okay.
boosters? I think that needs to be
Mhm.
on the record and official.
Okay, great.
We will know that we will study the BTS schedule and come to some answers this summer.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion. Is there a second to that?
I will second that motion.
Okay, yes, we have a motion and a second. Now there's discussion. Mrs. Oaks.
Okay, sorry, Karen, but I'm gonna clarify. When we say come to some answers, I think we need some clarity on that. I think the teachers in this room need some clarity of what we're looking for. I would personally like to see data or what the plan schedule is for each school. And also what the change is from what the BTS and brain booster schedules have been previously to what it will be going forward, including how much planning time they will receive and what their hours will look like. Whether some, I just would love to see what it looked like before, what it looked like after, to understand what the changes are that are taking place for those technicians. And for the brain booster teachers.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
That's actually all the information I asked for last time. The last time we discussed this is that if we could get back to our schools and find that out. So
They haven't done it yet.
I know they haven't done it yet, but that gives us greater information, right, for this to happen. I'm feeling a little more comfortable and that we'll be getting some feedback in the summer to make adjustments. But my concern is when teachers are looking, and maybe some of our BTS teachers or some of our other brain booster teachers, when they're looking at their schedules for the future, are we going to lose some of those teachers because they're unsure of what guarantees they have? That's a concern I have. The second concern I have is still the 10-minute extended day. Just, I have too many in my community that with our start time and our dismissal time are concerned with that. So I would love to do a deeper dive about how to be able to do this without extending the day. So I am very much in favor of added prep time. I'm really excited about the added brain booster time for all kids. I love a lot of the great outcomes. I just think we're not quite there yet. There's a few other things I'm concerned about.
Okay, superintendent.
So I know we're adding to this. But
Keep
I'm
adding.
just wondering, you know, thinking about the future of BTS and our commitment to full-time BTS teachers in every school and not sharing half-time with part-time ITs. What does, I mean, maybe when we come back to this early in the summer, like what does that look like compared to other districts? You know, I mean, I'd be curious.
We'd be happy to share that information again. And I just would like to point out again that we have arts, STEM, library media, and Playworks in our Brain Booster model, who have all mentioned some specific concerns that are related to funding. So I hope that if we're coming back to look at those, that we could look at all four of those areas, as well as the administrative support needed to implement these models in general.
So
because
maybe
those
it's
will be-
I don't know if we call
will
it a
be
task
critical.
force, but a group that studies all of that.
I think that would be
you
great.
know, So.
Okay, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. You know, I recognize that there is still some kind of uncertainty and unknown, but there comes a point that we were taught this when we were doing our strategic plan, where you get to the point where it's safe enough to try. And I feel like we're at that point now, recognizing that until we can take some steps forward in a real way, we're not going to really know the extent of it. Right now, it's just kind of a little bit of concern here, a little bit of concern here, that, and I'm not saying those aren't valid concerns, but we don't know the extent of the concerns. We do know that teachers need the extra planning time. And as superintendent reminded us, that was the whole purpose of this. And to kind of use another, you know, cliche, I hesitate to let perfect become the enemy of good. And I just really feel I trust our administration, I trust our principals, I trust our teachers, that they know, they understand what we value as a board. They value the same things, and that they're the ones in the trenches that can work out the details about it. And I feel like if individual employees, whether, you know, if they're a brain booster technician or a BTS a specialist, they know their schools, they know their principals, they'll have those conversations and they'll work it out. And then when the report comes back from the administration in the summer, they will identify some of those things and how they worked them out. And if there's some things that just can't work out, they can bring an updated proposal to us at the board if it's something that we need to deal with. And so I just, I guess you can tell, I feel strongly that we need to move forward, that we're in a good enough place that it is safe to try and safe to move forward. And so I would urge each of you to support the motion, and let's move forward.
Okay, thank you. I do want to say one thing, just going along with what Nancy just said, and that is, if there is a problem, then I hope you guys are all back here again to tell us what is wrong and help us figure out how to fix it. So, okay, Mrs. Nybar.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, actually. I'd like to make a motion that we are committed to providing more elementary prep time. And I'm happy to put a deadline on this, but I would like to further the discussion. I really would like that input back that I asked for at last discussion that was not received tonight, that Mrs. Oakes just reiterated, because that is something I asked for last time before I was to make this decision on this vote. I would also like IT to show me what they can live with as an alternative to extending the 10-minute day. However that works in the block, I would just like to see what's another alternative besides extending the day so that it's 10 minutes longer for these kiddos. I'd be interested in both of those things. And then coming up with I'm committed. I'm very committed to our elementary schools. I'm very committed to looking at actually spending more than this. To have full-time BTS teachers that are not going back and forth between buildings. They're able to have more continuity and not teaching every other week. So I do want to get this right. And I know it won't be perfect, but I'm committed to that. I'd like to have our kids, as I've said before, have more physical movement or Playworks. I think
this is, the work we've done is a great foundation, but I would like to see it come back, and I'm happy to put a deadline on that. So I don't know how much time you need for that information to be brought forward to us. But my motion is to go ahead and do another reading at whatever date you say you can come back, and that we can go ahead and move on it at that point after that discussion. What amount of time do you think you would need?
Our principals, again, remember, they're the only ones in their building who are administrators and are the ones building these schedules. And we are just about to head into hiring season, and will now not have this to help recruit. So I would say they would probably not be able to get you a realistic schedule until April. And that'd be even pushing it, because they're also, remember, this is the time of year they're also writing their land trust and their TSSP, and they're hiring. And if we're asking them to build a schedule with parameters that may or may not be taking into effect, then they're building a schedule and then potentially rebuilding it if it's not the one that's adopted. So we're in essence asking them to do a whole lot more work at a very, very busy time.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second to that motion? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go back to the original motion, and I will now call for a vote. What? More comments? Okay, more discussion. This is
Sorry,
me.
just on the 10-minute thing, I feel like that is something that could be administrative decided on a school by school basis, right? We talked about that earlier.
They're going to have to when they build their schedule. Yeah.
Can I ask for clarification for that? Nancy, you mean all will be extended by 10 minutes or will not be?
Well, that would be kind of the preferred thing, but if it doesn't work for a school community and they can figure out a different way, then they could speak with their
Okay,
school performance is what we talked about earlier, but I don't know.
okay, so if that's going to
Understanding
be,
that.
okay, if that, I think that's a great suggestion.
Right.
If that's going to be the case, then Karen would then need to amend her motion, because her motion specifically said extending this all school days by 10 minutes.
And sorry, Leon had a,
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're in line with the busing problem issue here. Again, you could have some schools that go the extra 2 minutes and some not. That could cause issues. I think we could accommodate either way, but we'd have to just check that out. Probably wouldn't be an issue, but we'd want to, again, it would have to be the 10 minutes have to be in the afternoon. We were just too tight in the morning with that issue. And keep in mind, we will bring back, as we've done every year, the board has to approve the bell schedule starting in time. So that would have to be, principals have to have that schedule done. by
As
then.
maker of the motion, I do not find that a friendly suggestion.
so what I hear you're saying though is there's, after the schools can move forward with what's the motion contains, then there's other opportunities to address some of those
There
things
could be
that
some.
might come up.
We could look at those, yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Oaks.
So something that occurred to me, so the 16 ITs that would be required to cover the time for the BTS teachers on the weeks
That's
off.
just how many we have hired right now.
Okay, that's how many we have hired right now. The cost for them would be how much, Leon?
We'd look at 300,000.
Okay, about
Okay.
300,000.
So you would offset the 1.2-ish by 300.
Okay, so if we were to have full-time BTS teacher is actually under $1 million additional to do that.
Be in that close to, 900 to $1 million.
Okay,
You'd
so
have
it's
to-
not 1.2, it's actually less than that.
If you offset it, yeah.
If you offset it. Okay, that's the clarification I was seeking. I mean, I think we're actually pretty close on being able to get a win-win on this. Obviously, we need more information as far as cost and where that would come from, or what would be required of us as a board in order to make that happen. But again, I want to clarify, I'm actually a little bit heartbroken that my youngest is in 5th grade and won't be able to enjoy all of this. Because I know it will be incredibly awesome for these teachers and amazing for the kids. And I've been a proponent of movement, more movement, from the very beginning. And for me, it's very bittersweet that I started in this when he was in kindergarten and here we are, and he won't get to enjoy it, but I'm very happy for the other children. But I'm just, I want you to know, these are amazing things. You guys have done great work. I think we're close. And I don't want a nay vote on this to be misinterpreted as something of me not being supportive of elementary school teachers. I am. I just think we need to get it right. I don't want to lose the quality that we have achieved through the BTS program in particular, and also through a brain booster. So anyway, Karen, if we could make sure that the motion is time sensitive, that by June, we can get those schedules clear, and the changes of what kind of planning time and hours our brain booster technicians would have before and after, and what the cost would be, some clear discussion about cost in order to bring them whole. That would be very helpful for me.
So can I ask a clarifying question? Are you just asking for costs to meet the needs of our BTS teachers, or are you asking for the costs that would meet the needs of all of the brain booster groups?
I would like information on both.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie, like BTS is something I care very passionately about. They have significant amounts of training, additional training beyond just their teaching licenses to teach them arts integration. And when arts integration is utilized in a school, it changes that school. It changes the learning for those children. It is different in my mind than Playworks. And not that Playworks isn't valuable. I think movement is incredibly valuable for children, but there is something extraordinarily unique with that STEAM education. And that's something that is part of our strategic plan specifically. And so I would like to see both cost pieces so that we can separate that out and discuss that as a board, and the before and after of what the schedules look like, as mentioned. So.
Okay, are we ready to take a vote? Yeah, we should be discussing the motion right now. Is
Okay,
that
so
discussing the
If I
motion?
clarify that in the summer, we will be looking for feedback for adjustments and see the actual schedules for each of our schools and hours and costs. So we will be able to look at those details as they in the summer. I don't know how to fix all that.
Mrs.
Thank
Teeny.
you. I appreciate that attempt, and I feel like some of this information really does not belong in a motion, that this is information that the board is requesting to come back at the report in the summer that is part of the motion. And so, because there may be other pieces of information that we would like to have that we haven't thought of tonight. And so by rolling it all into a motion, then it kind of really ties the hands of the board and the administration in what the report back in the summer will be. And as far as like June, I think summer, really, when you think about it, June is the only summer that we really have. And so I think just kind of naturally, that's probably when the report will come back. Because July is not usually a large business meeting, and by August, summer's over.
Okay, I'm going
I have a
to,
question about it.
about the motion.
Yes.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar.
Okay. I've been corresponding with an elementary school principal, so everyone has kind of built a mock schedule right now, and you've gathered the information, which is what's helped you with that previous slide.
Feasibility schedules, yes.
Feasibility schedules have already been provided. So then some of the additional information that we're requesting, haven't you already received it per school? You've just given us a slide that shows the general, but we don't know and we can't see. We're not privy to see what you've seen, what's happening to the small schools, what's happening to the BTS teachers, but you already have that information, correct?
We have projections.
Holly, that
of
is
the
really
schools.
not part of the motion.
Well, but we're just but
You're
the
asking
motion,
for information right now.
well, because her motion was that we would come back and revisit it with some of that exact information, but it sounds like maybe we already have that information. So that's my question. There was just discussion about what information we'd be coming back with, correct?
And that is not part of the motion.
Yeah, they said not to put it in
Not part of the
motion. So
motion.
that's just informational.
But this was discussion to the motion, so I just need to clarify
Okay,
because this is what we've been talking about for the last long bit. So you have this information because originally we're talking about when is it feasible and they're building a schedule. But I think some of the questions that I've asked that Mrs. Oaks asked, maybe we have that information.
Not as specific as you're asking, we do not.
Okay,
That is what the principals will be working on with their staff once action has been taken.
okay, okay. Thank you.
And a comment, if we don't approve them going ahead and getting started, then the principal's hands are tied, besides the fact that they're very busy, but then the principal's hands are tied and they will be unable to hire for any losses that they have. They absolutely need that information, that freedom to go ahead and start working on this now. If we put it off, we won't be able to implement it at the beginning of the school year. So there is a time limit that we can keep talking about this. I think we need to say, here you go. Here's our plan. Now see what you can do with it. And then in the summer, we'll get the feedback from them. We can have exact schedules. We can have how many hires and how many left, and we can have all those facts. We will know all of those by June. But if we don't approve it now, we won't have that information. We'll just know that we won't be able to start this. So I'm very concerned because I think we've put this off longer than I even like to see. But the principals are desperate since it is the hiring season and they're getting into it. We need to get this taken care of. And then we can work out the details or see how they actually, I would like to see how they work out the details. I personally don't think I need to micromanage it. I honestly don't. I really think our principals can handle it and they know every little detail. I do want to look again and see if there's a way we can work our BTS teachers into the schedule better. I think that's a very valid concern, but I don't think it has anything that has to do with what we know right now. I think we can get started and that we can look at that in the summer and we may come up with some great stuff that can be implemented right away at the first of the year, but I honestly don't know. So my motion stands at the screen that's up there.
with
With the
bringing
report back in the summer.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel,
I'd like to call the question.
thank you. Okay, all in favor of calling the question?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. So now I will call for a vote on the motion. All in favor of Karen's motion. I'm not going to restate it. It's basically up there. It's been restated multiple times.
I don't want to say it again.
So
Too many lines.
so all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so that motion passes 6-1 with Mrs. Oh, sorry, 5-1 with Mrs. Oaks dissenting.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of the more than 800 elementary teachers that are full-time that will benefit from this planning time and the more than 12,000, 13,000 students that are going to benefit from those 800 teachers having this time. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we will go on to the 2024-2025 fee schedule. This is the second reading. It will be presented by Leon Wilcox, Business Administrator.
As last time I asked Danny to do it, Danny has committed to get through it in 5 minutes on the fee schedule.
Okay,
I know it has my name there, but he's done all the work, so big thanks to him and Tom going through this.
Okay, yeah, thank you, board members and President Shill. I'll try my best to get through this, but yeah, big thanks to everybody that's been part of the collaboration on this project. Like you said, we've had school administrators, teachers, coaches, staff members, and a lot of people. I'm just the one that gets to present it. So this is our second reading. Since the last reading, we sent out an email through with communications asking for feedback. Feedback's posted on the board docs. We've had a few comments on there. Some positive, most of them are just
questions in general about fees. And then we have had a bit of an update, see if this works, to the bill as recently as today. We're on the fourth substitute. They've given a fiscal note impact to LEA's charter schools of about 18 million there. It's passed the House just today. And basically what this bill is going to do is gives us a 5-year phase out of our curricular and general fees. And I'm estimating that it's going to cost us to generate those funds about 3.5 million, and the bill's not funding any of that. So this goes over what we could charge in that last year of the 5th year before all the curricular and general fees are eliminated. At least that's how I read the bill. It clarifies that fundraising is no longer part of fees, just like we've talked about previously. Extracurricular activities are still going to be allowed going forward. And then this is the schedule that we went over last time about what we've collected so far, where we are. We're about on pace with last year with our fee collections. This is an important one here. We're not proposing any increase to the maximum fee schedule for secondaries. 5,000 for high school, 500 for middle school. We're also not proposing any changes to the master fee schedule for any elementary or middle school schedules. All the changes are at the secondary level. And we've gone over these before, but some of the curricular fee changes, updates, we have some inflationary increases for Lagoon. We have an additional fee for in-state CTSO travel. We give them the opportunities to do that. And then we have some changes to all the extracurricular fees for team group meals for inflationary purposes. We have camps and clinics to standardize that among all the activities, to give them equal opportunities to do similar type camps. And then our participation in some of our performing groups to standardize that as well. And then with our cheer and dance, to standardize our summer training there, and also compensate for some of the decrease that they'll have in the camp and clinic with the cheer program. And then dances, an inflationary increase there of $10. And then we have some specific activities here that you'll see here that we've talked about last time. In particular, just pointing out, I've added some more information about the increase to participation for soccer and volleyball. $100 that they were charging wasn't covering what they needed, and they're having to pull money from other places to cover that. And so this increase for participation in soccer and volleyball will not only cover the inflation that's happened, but also cover costs that they hadn't accounted for when these fees were first implemented. And then some of these other ones are just to standardize the master fee schedule to match boys and girls. And then some other cleanup items on the descriptions, the little eye bubbles you'll see on their schedules, is particularly with the registration fee. We clarify that it's for the general student body and that it's for those activities and functions of general students, and some items there, whereas before it was more specific to certain groups. And then CTEC, I've added a little bit more information here about some of their increases here as well. And then again, we have the links to the individual plans as well as the master fee schedule here. And then today's the second reading. We'll have another reading next month on this. So I know I've gone through that kind of fast, but just want to see if you have any questions about that.
Okay, board, are there any questions? I just wanted to say thank you for adding all that detail because the board did ask for that at the last meeting. So thank you for that. Mr. Edel?
I do appreciate the additional information on here as well. I see on a lot of these that it says inflationary increase. Yet the inflationary increase is about 20%, on many of them or more. So while I'm in favor of, actual cost increases on some of these, I won't be able to support this as it is. With the pretty significant costs across the board. I mean, there's a lot of pretty hefty things that are increased on here. And so that's my big concern, is that we're not doing inflationary increases. We're doing pretty significant jumps, which I heard a lot of parents, especially for those that have multiple children in high school.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
I totally respect that concern. But I will also point out the fact that similar to how we do truth in taxation, we haven't done inflationary increases for years now. I mean, how many years has it been, Leon?
Most of these fees were the original fees that we set back. This policy came out 2018, 2019.
Right?
Most of these are the same amounts that we had back.
So that's an increase over a 5-year period, right? And so, right, and in fact, I have been ruminating on this lately, that probably akin to how we have discussed doing truth in taxation every year, we should probably revisit inflation with fees every year, because, yeah, anyway.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Tingy?
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that. And I'm just kind of wondering if it's how it's explained on their inflationary increased costs for entry fees. Well, can it just be stated increased costs for entry fees? Because we're not the ones setting entry fees, somebody else is, right? And so if it's reflecting that, so maybe just kind of fine tune some of that. And then my question is, and I know by law, we're required to have at least 2 readings and pass it by April 1st. So that would be, we still have 2 more meetings where we can talk about it. But are we going to send out kind of information again to the parents? Because I feel like some of that feedback that we got already, and I'm grateful. I mean, that's good feedback, but a lot of it is just kind of misunderstanding that because a fee might be having $50 or $100 increase or whatever, that means that's mandatory, rather than we're just kind of upping the cap a little bit, so that programs have a little more leeway to put together their plan for what they're actually going to do. And so I'm just wondering if we could explain that a little bit in more detail when we send out the next round of survey.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Edel?
Sorry, I just needed to comment on that, because it came up a lot the last time too, that these are maximum fees, not what they're charged. But I don't budget on what's going to be charged. I have to budget on what I could be charged. The same with the rest of our parents. And so when we're looking at what they're going to budget, it is the maximum. Also, parents aren't budgeting more each year for inflationary increases. So us saying, well, we haven't increased these for 8 years means nothing to the parents that have the massive increase. Because what they're looking at is they're looking at what they were paying last year and what they're paying next year.
Okay, thanks. Mrs. Tingy?
Yeah, just quickly to respond to that. I know in the letter to the parents, it encourages them to go to their specific school, because hopefully at this point, the specific school has identified where they're going to fall on that continuum of the maximum. It's just our job to kind of provide the maximum, and then the schools set where they're actually. So a parent, if they want to know what they're going to be expected to pay, should look at the school one, which not always is going to be up at the max.
Yeah, yes, we, all schools have set their fee schedules. They're out there. We asked the board to approve the max. schools cannot go above that, but they can go below it. Again, please refer to the individual school website. It is our plan. We've always done this in the past to send out a second notice. Happy to do that. We'll try to use some of Kirsten's magic wording to clarify some things and make sure that's sent out.
Okay, Mrs. Teeny, thank you.
Sorry,
Mr. Wilcox.
one more thing. And another thing that always kind of is a question for parents is the travel piece of it. Because almost every group is given the opportunity to travel, but not every group does travel. So I think that's another piece that it's important to remind parents that just because it shows up on that schedule as a possibility does not mean it's actually going to be charged for participation in that. And that we've tried really hard in our travel policy to help mitigate some of those costs by requiring every other year they can reach up to the maximum. But then on the off years, they need to be under 50% of it. So.
Well, and I want to make the point, well, me and Nancy, we've been around for a long time and the fees are actually a lot less than they used to be. So my daughter for soccer, they had their player pack essentially was like $500. It was all like Nike stuff and they had like a million different shirts and shorts and every day they had to wear a different color combination. And I mean, the player pack now is like half that. So I mean, and the travel also, we used to have trips that were 3,000 plus and now our maximum is 1,500. So I mean, so I know it's still a lot of money, but it has, part of this fee schedule is keeping fees under control for parents. So, Mr. Sherwood has his hand if he wants to come up and, oh, okay.
I just thought maybe I could reply to some of Andrew's concerns as well. We do, a lot of these fees are not in our control that we've done this increase with. The financial secretary sat down and looked at their budgets over the past couple of years, how they've increased. And right now, these programs are at a budget shortfall that the schools are having to find other money to fill these holes because the money wasn't collected by the program to fund the cost of the program. A lot of those costs aren't optional costs. They're tournament entry fees, increased costs of officials. Since 2018-19, officials have gone up significantly. Just as volleyball, for example, a varsity official in 2018 was, I think, $54 a game, and now I think they're $65 a game. And when there's 3 officials per event and you're playing, dozens of games, that those costs go up by an exponential amount, and that's spread among just those players on the volleyball team. So we have to find a way to, the legislature asked that these programs be self-sufficient. And we've been really tried to be intentional about only raising them what we need to cover the cost for operating the program. And as Leon mentioned, they aren't a one-time thing. We've really tried to hold off on any fee increases for years, trying to get by and manage it with some school-based funds, but it's gotten to the point where we need to actually ask for some more money to cover the cost of the programs. And none of this money goes to any other endeavor at the school. It stays within that category. If it's a participation fee, they're limited in what they can use that for. That's for entry fees, that's for officials, that's very specific earmarks. And the other ones are much more flexible maximums. A lot of these, like uniforms and clothing might be 400, but there's a lot of coaches who don't like to put that burden on their kids and they'll only do 150 that year for a very modest spirit pack. It just really depends program to program, school to school. But they really do try to keep costs down. I just wanted to reiterate what Mrs. Schill said as well, that prior to the legislative mandates on fees, most of these costs were more expensive for almost all of our sports. We've really tried to be very intentional about what we're charging, only charge what is needed to run the programs. This is really more of an issue of trying to be transparent rather than trying to collect more money from people. It's just, this is what it costs to play these sports. And we do try to provide fundraising opportunities for families that need it to mitigate some of these costs as well. And most of our schools are also very proactive about that. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Okay, thank you so much. We can go on to our next item on the agenda. So the next item, should I adjourn the meeting? Should I start with adjourning the meeting, or how do you want to start that?
Here, really
Okay.
fast. We have to get through this because all these documents are dated today, so we have to be done by midnight.
Oh, we're gonna be
Yeah,
done.
we're gonna be done. Well, we've done this 2.5 years ago when we did police revenues bonds, have to go through a couple different motions here. We're gonna adjourn a meeting as the Board of Education. We'll have to do an adjournment, a second and a vote, because you're gonna reconvene. Then we'll, convene as a LBA, Local Building Authority. And then that will be a motion, second and a vote. We'll go over the parameters, then we'll have to ask you to approve that. Again, adjourn that meeting with the motion, second and a vote, and reconvene back as a board with the motion, second and a vote. So with that, and we get to do all this again and we have, by law, have to have a public hearing. So next board meeting on the 12th, we have to go through all this again. So with that, President Shill, maybe this, oops. We can go ahead and
Okay,
ask for a motion to adjourn.
okay, so do I have a motion to
I-
adjourn?
Yes,
Oh.
I'll make a motion to adjourn the Board of
Yes.
Education meeting.
Okay, is there a second to that?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to adjourn as a Board of Education. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now I need to request a motion to convene as a local building authority and approve the agenda, and I need a second.
I would like to make a motion to convene as a local building authority and approve the agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to convene as a local building authority and we approve the agenda at the same time. Is there any, and we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously.
So thank you, President Shill. We've already knocked out 2 agenda items that quickly. And so we're now as a LBA. Just to go over things, I also want to acknowledge Matt, our financial advisor here, Matt. So if we missed something, please let us know. Randy Larson, our attorney, had to ask to be excused tonight, but Matt is filling in. Again, we had a first reading on 2 weeks ago. Today, we'll ask you to approve the parameters to allow us to issue bonds. We'll start today a 30-day contest period under state law. Patrons can contest the issuance of bonds. We'll hold our public hearing, which we're required to do at our next board meeting on the 12th. In between, we'll meet with the bond rating agencies. We can only get as high as a AA+. We plan to release our information, preliminary official statement out to the bond market on the 28th. Close that on the 11th, which is the sell, and then close that. And then, do the official closing similar to our house closing on the 24th. So then again, our truth and taxation will be held at a date scheduled by Salt Lake County, looking at probably the first week in August. Again, we've gone over these last time, just as an LBA, the president, vice presidents of the board, also the vice presidents, board, president and vice president of the LBA. And mainly just to act in its interest, the best interest of the citizens of the district. Here's the big parameters resolution. I'm all 40 pages of it out there. Again, we are asking you to authorize us to borrow up to $50 million. Meaning we need to complete these projects about between 49 and $50 million of proceeds. Now, when we go to market, there's a good chance we will only go to market for around 43, 44 because we do expect some bond premium. So at that, we'll adjust the par amount, which we call the par amount at that time. Again, based on numbers a couple weeks ago, that would be about 43 million. Market conditions can change quite a bit. And so we'll adjust that at that time. Looking at a repayment of over in the parameters, it says 21 years. We won't exceed that. Hopefully we're in that 15-year range. And the annual principal and interest payment at around $4.6 million. Again, we have to have the public hearing on the next meeting. That will be posted in the Deseret News. We're We also note that these are just the improvements at Jordan, Corner, Hillcrest, and Eastmont. We have, just to make sure we got the funding and the long-term projections out, we have added the turf and the track at Hillcrest to this, okay? So that will be funded out of these bond proceeds. Again, we will put updates on all four of these projects at a later date. Along with that, there's a whole list of other legal documents we'll need you to that accompany this parameters resolution. Leases, as the board owns the ground, you're gonna lease it to the LBA. The LBA is gonna charge rent, if you will, back to the board. Zions Bank will act as the indentured payment to ensure payment is the bondholders are protected in that manner. And the preliminary statement and the official bond sale will come as we sell the bonds along with the certificate of award. So with that, here's the payment again, issuing around 49 to 50 million. Those four schools, the tax increase, again, on the average home, 650,000, it's in that $42 range. Haven't mentioned the operating side, the brain boosters and other things that we want to look at there. Here's a payment out schedule graphically, how that will look going out, along with the bonds we already have issued there. So with that, that's our possible motion there. I don't know if, Matt, if we need to have that read into the record or if we can just refer to the resolution on board docs. You can, so we can a motion and just refer to that resolution on board docs, which is.
I would like to make a motion for the resolution on board docs from the LBA.
Okay, thank you. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, I will call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Roll call vote.
Attorneys,
Okay. We will do
Dan's back there now.
roll call vote.
We'll blame it on, so if we could have a quick roll call vote. Cindy, you want to go through? Or
I
President
can.
Shill or whoever.
Okay, Mrs. Nybar,
Yes.
Mr. Edo,
Yes.
Mrs. Oaks,
Yes.
Mrs. Shill, yes, Mrs. Tingy,
Yes.
Mrs. Pedersen.
Yes.
Okay, that motion is unanimous. So we have approved that motion from the LBA, the resolution.
Resolution.
Okay, now do we have a motion to adjourn this meeting of the LBA?
I motion that we adjourn this meeting of the LBA.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Now we need a motion to reconvene our meeting of the Board of Education.
I'd like to make a motion to reconvene the meeting of the Board of Education.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to reconvene as a Board of Education. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, see, we can do some stuff fast, you
We
guys.
can really.
I did
fly
that
there.
for you, Amber. I did that for you.
Thank
Set a
you so
record.
much.
Again, the resolution on board docs for the Board of Education, again, that would be that agenda item there. Again, the board is also subject to all those other agreements, same ones, the LBA. You're a party to both those listed there. Again, a couple in legislative impacts Susan went over. House Bill 173 and 161, we keep hearing they could get joined at one time, but they're still separate. They've both passed the House. 173 makes it tax increases subject to referendum. 61 makes everything but tax increases subject to referendum. So we don't know which one will carry if either one will. They passed last week. Oh, both, yeah. Districts cannot issue more than 90 million. That's passed the Senate. I don't know if that's gonna go. It looks like there could be another sub coming there. We don't know. Well, go ahead.
Just quickly, I was reading the sub. It hasn't been approved yet, and it was supposed to be heard in committee, but not heard in committee tonight.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
it removes the 90 million.
Yeah, so
But,
basically
but
does,
puts in some additional noticing requirements.
basically does really nothing that we're doing, that we are already not doing right here. So, but, yeah. So we'll see what happens there. So with that, and we don't think 354 aren't any tax increases being voted on. We don't think that will go far. That has not gone anywhere as of yet. So no committee. So again, we could refer to this motion that is found on board docs. Again, it's coming from the Board of Education. So leave it for you, President Shill. Nope, you can just refer to the motion on board docs.
Okay,
We'll ask to do a roll call vote too.
okay, great. Mrs. Teeny,
Okay, I move that we approve the motion from the Board of Education as listed on board docs.
I'll second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Wait, what?
Karen's turn to second.
You gotta be quick on the uptake.
Okay, anyway, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oh, can we do a roll call?
Oh, sorry.
That's right.
They got me distracted.
Yes.
Karen wants to go first.
We're going with, yeah, Mrs. Pedersen. We're going that way. Mrs. Pedersen. Mrs. Tingy,
Yes.
Mrs. Shill, yes. Mrs. Oaks,
Yes.
Mr. Edel,
Yes.
Mrs. Nybar.
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Okay. That was amazing. That was really great. Thank you, board. Okay, now, wow. Now we're on to staff comments, I think. Is that where we are? Okay, Miss Superintendent, do you have anything?
No comments.
Mr. Wilcox? Is your microphone on?
Yeah, sorry about that. I just want to thank everybody who reached out to me on the passing of my dad this last week. I know all of you did. That meant a lot. Everybody in the administration, that really meant a lot. It's my privilege to come to work every day with a lot of great educators. And I really love it. But the two best educators I ever had were my mom and dad. My mom taught school for elementary and middle school for 26 years and then eventually became a middle school counselor. That's where she retired from. She passed away a dozen years ago. My dad started as a middle school history teacher, then was a middle school counselor, high school counselor, and was a vice principal for the last 25 years of his career, worked 36 years in total. So I have to say one couple quick things is one person came through the line last night at his viewing, said, I had to go see your dad because he caught me smoking. And he said he was like the best guy ever for doing that. And I had read this other response on Facebook. I won't say who it was because I don't know him or if he came before me or after me, but he says, he was the man, capitalized, responsible for my ability to graduate from Clearfield High. He rescued me more than once from throwing in the towel. Rest in peace, Floyd. He made me call him Floyd. That was his way of putting us on the same level. He was a great inspiration to many, I'm sure of it. So that really meant a lot to hear that, and from other staff, several former teachers and everyone came last night and today. And so that meant a lot to hear that from his former colleagues. So I just want to express that. And again, my thanks for everyone who's reached out to me. That's all.
Thank you. Mrs. Nybar.
It's no wonder that your parents were educators and that you work for a school district. I think Leon's an incredible example of dedication, especially the time frame that he's here and with the proceedings for his father's passing. And thank you for sharing those comments. Really appreciate it. Thank you for all the work that's been put into the presentations. Although I have reservations about that extended 10 minutes, and I really want to make sure we have good solutions for our BTS.
I did vote for that because I know that we need oxygen breathed into the classroom. And I know that our elementary school teachers need that extra time. And so I want to give that to them quickly and then work on those other things. But I wanted to mention that and my commitment to them. I always like to ask the kids that come through in our practice who their favorite teachers are and why. And the list is long. I had 6 on there, but just thank you, teachers, for making a difference in our kids' lives. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Edel.
To misquote a Daniel Tiger book, Daniel wants to make comments, but it's time to get ready for bed.
That's a hard act to follow.
I love that. That's the best comment ever. Okay, Mrs. Oak.
I don't need to say much. I mean, USBA Day on the Hill, JLC. I got to attend a Draper Park Middle Assembly today with Ms. Sniber, and the questions from the kids were awesome. They were hilarious. They're learning about local government, and I appreciated our visit to Blue Valley Innovation Center in Kansas, and I'm excited to see where the district is going to go with the future of where we're headed. And Dr. McGill pointed out a couple more options of schools close by that we need to go and see, which I hadn't considered. And so I really appreciate all of the input from different members of staff and their perspectives and opinions. It really is something that takes a lot of eyes and a lot of minds and a lot of creativity. And I hope that we can embody the very values that we hope our graduates leave our school district with, of collaboration and critical thinking, creativity, all of those things. I think as we do that, we're going to come up with wonderful, wonderful outcomes. So thanks, you guys.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Tingy.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of work is being done and yet to be done, and I just appreciate everyone's efforts and just want to just put a reminder out there that March 5th are the caucus meetings. And I know I'm really proud of Canyons District because from day one, we've supported that process in our schools and in our school district. And just encourage everyone to get involved and in the process, because that's what how our government is designed, and we need to make sure voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Pedersen.
I want to thank the board for working through the difficult discussions that we needed to do today. And I appreciate the support that not only do we have, but our administration have for our teachers and their concern also for the principals that support them, that we want to have the best employees ever and that we want people to want to come here. So I appreciate being able to be a part of that process, and we will get it refined. We will. But it's good to have questions. If you don't have questions, you can't have change. So, but change is hard. So I appreciate the discussion that we had and the support that we have shown our teachers and their need for planning time. And I do want to make it understood that we really do want to readdress or address the assistant principal or vice principal, whatever, assistant principal issue so that we can get some help for our principals as well in the near future.
Okay, thank you. And I will have no comments because I want to end this meeting. So thank you, everyone. And now we will adjourn.